Officially welcome, Yad and Sally. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah, you had a question, Yad. You said.
Yeah. So something you touched on yesterday, and I've been reading the manual for teachers anyway. So I actually came across the information about psychic abilities and how actually that's a good thing, and that because the old Bible tells you it's like Satan's work, but actually it's good, and to hand that over and allow spirit to use you, and then that enhances your abilities, and it's in service. So I get that, and I thought it was really empowering to read that. But I was on a call with a woman the other day where I do web stuff, and she's a medium. She wants her website done, and then at the end of the call she brought my father through, and my father was saying he wanted forgiveness. And he just said a few bits and pieces. Just basically, she was giving me evidence that he's still around. So, whatever, and that he wanted forgiveness. And just, I thought, I wondered, like, what's the relevance of that? Like, why is there? I mean, we have these psychic abilities that we can help people. Like, I can tune into people's energy, and I often get information about their Akashic records, so I can help them move forward in their life. But what is the purpose of the psychics or mediums bringing in through spirit? Because I assume my dad's really passed on, and that's just, I don't know, an echo of him that's still there, or a part of him that's still there. Is there any relevance to that kind of psychic ability? Well, it's mediumship rather than psychic ability, but
yeah, I mean, it can be very useful to have psychic abilities. So maybe I'll just share my
the mediumship bit more, because I understand we've all got psychic abilities, and I understand also that we're all mediums as well, and I use mine, so I understand that fully. But it's the mediumship aspect of it, and like I say, my dad came through, and it really unsettled me actually, because I thought I had forgiven him, and he came in asking for forgiveness. So I'm like, what's this then? What is the purpose of this?
Well, it's all a lesson. You know, the only purpose Yeshua is telling us is forgiveness. That's our only function here. So if there's a direct request coming through for forgiveness, then that's part of the at-one-ment plan. He obviously feels that there's still, some unforgiveness in you, or he's feeling guilty. Maybe you have forgiven him, but he needs your reassurance that. So it's part of the at-one-ment plan, and that's useful. Then the ability is useful for at-one-ment. If it's being misused, because these abilities can be misused, then that's not going to be very helpful. Ego can hijack these abilities and try to go into fortune telling and doing it commercially for money, and there's many ways to be misused.
Doing it commercially for money though, hold on, because that's old programming. Old programming. You can do commercially for money. I know quite a few people who are mediums, but they have the programming that they can't earn money. They're working for spirit. But
the question is, if you're really directed by the Holy Spirit to heal people genuinely, then but a lot of the time it's not. A lot of the time it's just, okay, well, I can spin a story to whoever and I can make money out of it.
Yeah. So if you're a fraud, then fine, I get that. But otherwise, it's not wrong to earn money from it.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that out there, because it's like, this is one of the old paradigm beliefs that we're kind of trying to move away from.
Yeah, I mean, if you're being inspired by the Spirit.
So I get that. So one of my friends who's a medium, she heals through it, because people have lost someone, and then she'll bring evidence through to say, support them, that they're right. But my dad specifically came through to ask for forgiveness. So it's like, that's what I felt was, unsettling, because it's almost as though they're not really connected to what's going on in our world. Or maybe, as you say, there's something that I haven't addressed, or maybe that he's feeling guilty. But why does he need reassurance if he's an aspect of me?
Oh, so he is, but in his mind, just because you're dead, you're incorporeal, doesn't mean your ego's gone. You see? So,
really?
Well,
oh no, that's a game changer.
Really?
I thought once you'd gone, that was it. That was the end of the ego until you incarnate again.
Well, why else would you reincarnate except that you've got ego?
Oh my! So that's really, actually, this work we're doing now is really important, isn't it? If we don't want to come back again.
Yeah.
Really have to get it in this lifetime.
Yeah. If you
Okay.
die and you've still got the belief in separation and you're a separate self in whatever way, shape, or form, then you're incorporeal, but you still believe that because the belief is not physical. It's a
Okay.
mental belief. So a lot of souls, we call them, they'll depart the body, but they've still got their ego issues playing out. They haven't resolved those. So
Okay.
what
Then
you
that's
got was a request from your dad. He hasn't resolved it. He still maybe feels guilty. Oh, I feel guilty, so he feels like he needs to ask you for forgiveness, even though in truth that's not required. If he'd really truly let go, he would go, I don't need to ask for forgiveness. I know it never really happened, so it's all okay. So yeah, we do the work in our while we corporeal, so that we prepare our minds to go into the state of pure formless awareness, and stay there when we leave the body. So whereas if we still have ego, we're still denying our the truth of oneness, then we will come back. Reincarnation is just a stubborn belief that you're right.
so.
You're
If
right about your separated state and who you are and the world. And so you come back because you think you're right. And so that belief in separation brings you back into another form.
So if I do the work on it and I truly, truly forgive him, like on all levels, all layers, and truly get to the can I help him move forwards, move on?
No, for sure.
So he won't
That's how
come
it
back
works. I
again
mean, at
asking
one
for
moment,
more forgiveness.
at one moment is like we're all connected. So if you truly give someone forgiveness, they will benefit from that on a mind level. He will feel that, and maybe then that helps him forgive himself and just let it go and say, actually, it's fine. Nothing ever happened. So this timeline diagram is worth looking at again. So in this context, because it talks about birth and death. So we're seemingly on the timeline with all this stuff happening, various events, life events. So he did something. We all do stuff. He did something. He obviously felt like he needed forgiveness for. He wasn't proud of or whatever. So he dies. So he no longer has a body, but in his mind, all of this stuff's still real. So he goes, yes, I really did do that, and I feel bad about it. I feel guilty for it. So now I ask you for forgiveness from the incorporeal state. But if he truly let go, death becomes the portal, the opening into this dimension, into God, love, eternity, pure formless awareness, knowledge, whatever you want to call it. If you haven't fully let go, you've still got the ego, psychological, emotional attachment, then you bypass this. You don't go there because in your mind you're not there. You've got guilt going on. You've got fear. You've got the idea of sin. You've got all of the karma. This is the Eastern karma. Karma is impure thoughts and emotions, usually based on your past life experiences, that then need to be acted out. So karma actually means action, cause and effect and action. So those thoughts and emotions then create the action, which will mean that you come back. If you bypass pure formless awareness, if you're still in your ego and you haven't done your work, you skip over that and you come back because you still believe in separation. And people who believe in separation come here. That's where else can you go if you believe in separation? You come into this dimension as a human being, probably, or something else, and then you have another lifetime, in a body. So this is the accumulated egoic energy, is karma, and our job here is to let that go. So when we finally lay the body aside, that accumulated egoic energy or karma is gone, and we are pretty much in pure formless awareness already. So it's just a laying aside of the body and a merging of our mind into this state of mind, this state of being, which transcends the illusion entirely. There's no separation there. And then why would you come back if you're just resting in that, in perfect peace, in the perfect awareness of pure formless awareness and perfect love? There's no need to incarnate again. Why would you come onto a timeline to play out a dream which is leading to death. That just makes no sense at all if you're in pure formless awareness. But you have to have prepared your mind for it. If you're not ready for it and you still think you're separate, well, then this doesn't happen. You just bypass that. And, you reincarnate, because that's what you have to do if you believe in separation. To play out the idea of separation, you come here to play it out. And these ego, psychological, emotional attachments, the karma, must then play out in another lifetime. That's what it demands. Okay, well, you think you're separate, so now you've got to play it out. Maybe you've had an issue in a past life with something, and now that's got to play out again in this life, because that resident energy needs to express. And so then we create our life based on our past experiences. That's karma. But the way out of it is to let go. So this radical forgiveness that Yeshua is teaching us is the letting go, and that undoes karma. He's saying, well, this is game over for the ego. Without the ego, psychological, emotional attachments to anything, you're back in pure formless awareness, which is where you belong. That's your true home. That's where you'll be truly happy. And this is your job here, is to do this, is to let go, and then reinterpret all of these experiences. So there's a letting go. You go into that, restore your mind into that experience. Then you reinterpret whatever the situation is, and you see it differently. So instead of life being a very stressful, painful journey that ends in death and pretty futile and pointless, you actually find happiness. You find it's a happy dream. And all of these experiences, if they seemingly challenging, you go, okay, well, that's good, because that's helping me free myself from my karma. It's helping me let go of the ego, in other words. And so I need that. That experience was essential in my spiritual journey. And so it's all perfect in its imperfection. You need the ego and your karma to play out in this world as these experiences, these life experiences, to let go of the ego, psychological, emotional attachments, which is the karma that is binding you to this world. And if you use your life for that purpose, then at the end of it, you'll be free, and your mind will be in pure formless awareness, and there will be no need to come back, and you're enlightened. But many minds don't make it. They do the birth to death thing. They're now incorporeal, but they've still got all these ego, psychological, emotional attachments going on in their mind, even though they're incorporeal. So they've skipped over this. They're not in love, in pure formless awareness. They hang around in an incorporeal state for a while. There's no time there. But then at some point, that karma will cause them to reincarnate, because it'll pull them back into a body. And their mind will then attach itself to a body and a womb, and it'll go, right, now I'm going to have another experience, and so it goes. That's how the ego's program works. And Yeshua is saying, well, this is how you free yourself from all of it, and you can do it in one lifetime with this letting go, forgiveness that he's teaching us. Does that help?
Yes, yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah.
Good question.
That's a game changer for me. I hadn't really sussed out why mediums bring through people from the other side, and it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound like a pure message from spirit, but yeah, they've got ego on the other side. So maybe it's not the medium that's got ego, it's the spirit they're channeling has got ego. So that's priceless. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So if if it's authentic, then it's going to be used for healing. The medium is just trying to facilitate some kind of healing, some kind of at-one-ment in that relationship through their channeling. So you need to go, is this actually coming from the spirit? Is it about healing? Is it about returning all minds to this state of perfect love, pure formless awareness? Or is there another agenda going on? And you need to be a bit vigilant for that. But the Holy Spirit can use anything. It can use any ability. It can use anything the ego's created for healing, if it's given to it and in the right spirit. So there are mediums. There are mediums who are inspired, and there'll be mediums who are not, who channel ego entities and Because just because, you see, just because someone's died doesn't mean they're enlightened.
No, I get that. I know that they
Don't assume
through.
that, you know, all the voices of the dead. Yeshua even warns us at some point, I think, in one of the lessons. He says, you know, do not listen to the voices of the dead. Attend them not, because they don't know what they're talking about. Actually, just listen to the voice of the Spirit. Listen to the Holy Spirit. That's the one true voice that's never going to lie. That's telling you the truth all the time. And you know that the Holy Spirit can come through from an incorporeal entity if they're in that. So then you call that an ascended master or avatar or whatever coming through, and that can be quite helpful for people. But just because it's coming from not this plane doesn't mean that it's pure. You've got to be quite vigilant, because the ego is everywhere. The ego, just like the spirit, the ego exists on an incorporeal level. You know, it's a thought system. So that's not corporeal. It plays itself out on the timeline in the, you know, this four-dimensional world of time and space. But it exists, apparently exists in the incorporeal. You know, it's a thought system. And so incorporeal entities, just like corporeal entities, can believe in it if they want to. They have a choice to believe in the ego, and then we'd call them a dark force if they're believing in the ego. And their agenda is not pure. In fact, it's the opposite. They would then be an agent of the devil, so to speak, because they're trying to pull you into a belief in separation, and they're trying to trick you. Well, I'll give you an example. A classic one was Hitler. He was big into the occult.
Yeah.
And there's a medium, and they did seances and the whole occult thing, but it was very dark energy. They were pulling in dark forces, and they thought of him as some kind of dark messiah. He was going to, you know, bring the darkness and bring the darkness to dominance in the world, and he was their kind of. So it was all very dark, and that all was tapping into another domain. But those entities certainly were not of the Holy Spirit. So you got to just be vigilant. Is it loving? Is it light? Is it pure? Is it about healing? Is it about atoning? You know, restoring your mind to God, to pure formless awareness of perfect love. Ask those questions, and if it feels right, then yeah, okay. You know, the Holy Spirit is using that medium, that situation for healing. If it feels kind of a bit dysfunctional, twisted, dark, then yeah, it's coming from the ego, and you shouldn't listen to it. So the same vigilance applies in the metaphysical domain as in the physical. You're not just going to believe everything everyone says to you. You're going to go, well, where's this coming from? Is it the spirit? Is it the ego? And I need to have some discernment here. Someone says, jump in the fire, you know, and you go, oh, well, yeah, it's coming from the spirit. Okay, I'll listen to you. You know, this is how people on spiritual paths get horribly, if you're naive, you can get horribly manipulated by, you know, various gurus and teachers that are saying they're the light, but they're not. They're actually, it's an egoic agenda, and they're just using the people for their egoic purposes. So, the same thing can happen with non-corporeal entities. Okay, does that answer the question? Anything?
Yes, thanks so much. Yeah,
anything else, Sally? You have to go in 5 minutes. So any questions, anything to check in on before you go?
My client's late, so it's going to be near 1:15.
Okay, a bit of time.
No, I've just been doing the levels of the mind diagram that you gave me, and it's been so helpful. I found beliefs today that I was stupid and inadequate, and you know, all those usual core beliefs that I thought I'd got rid of and hidden really well, and they came up by using that technique. So that was very helpful. Thank you.
Is that in one of the replays that you shared that then? The levels of the mind, or is that something separate?
It's a diagram that was produced by David Hoffmeister and the Messengers. Okay. So I'll show you. I can gladly send it to you if you want. So where are we? Let's just pull it up quickly. So what they've done is it's a diagrammatic form, and then you can actually work through it as a worksheet. So if you type into it, it's an editable PDF. So there you go. Levels of mind diagram. This apparently was given to David by Yeshua, because he's got kind of communication with him. So he asked him for some clarity, and he gave him this diagram. He said, well, this is how it works. This is a diagrammatic representation of this miraculous process of healing. So it starts with perception. That's at the outer layer, which is where we start with in the course. That's why the focus is on perception. What are you perceiving? What are you thinking and feeling about the world, about other people? Underlying that is an emotion that underlies the level of perception. Underlying that is thought. So what are my beliefs? Thought and belief. And underneath that is a desire or prayer of the heart. So if it's an ego desire, it's a desire to be a separate self, then your beliefs, your thoughts, your emotions, and your perceptions are going to be coming from that desire to be a separate self. And the miracle simply changes that. It says, well, let's look at all these perceptions, emotions, thoughts, beliefs, desires, document them. So you can type in here, so when I think about my spare room, for instance, it's like Sally's. When I think about my spare room being a mess, I feel frustrated. And did you actually do this, Sally? Did you type it in?
Yes, I didn't type it in, but I wrote it on a piece of paper, and it worked brilliantly. And I'm not bothered by it at all now.
Yeah. So I'm just using it as an example. Or Yad, if you've got an example, what's the, you got an issue going on, you want some resolution of?
Oh my goodness, there's so
Where would you start?
Yeah, my life. Well,
Okay.
my dad then, because
That's
that was
an issue. Okay. So,
he came through, as I said, and it kind of brought up a whole thing.
but I think about my dad and what a particular situation, or just my dad.
No, just my dad.
Think about my dad. I feel.
I do feel. Oh, well, there's the thing, okay, because it feels like there's different levels of me. Because sometimes I can just feel love, and that's fine, and I can, because I had a really tough childhood, and I get it. But then if I'm sort of taken back into the situation of being a child, then I feel anger. But only from that perspective of being a child, not from where I am now. Does that make sense? So obviously that would tell me that there's an inner child that's not healed. Anger and frustration.
Yeah, angry and frustrated. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's still resident in you. Your logical adult self says, well, no, I'm beyond that. But if you still feel the emotion, it's a resident program that needs to be undone. Because I think that my dad is to blame, and or because I'm afraid that something will occur in future. If you want to add that in.
Well, I don't know that I'm afraid about anything will occur in the future. Oh, actually, then maybe let's uncover something deep. Because they say that women go for men like their fathers, and I've been single for a long time. So it could be why I'm single, because I'm afraid of attracting.
I'm afraid that my childhood with my dad. So this is the issue, right? My childhood with my dad. Because I think that my dad is to blame, and because I'm afraid that I'll end up with someone
repeating the pattern. Yeah, repeating the pattern with someone else.
I'll repeat the dysfunctional pattern with someone else like him. Okay.
Yeah.
That will occur in future. These thoughts and feelings prove that I'm right. So now we get to the belief. So you see how it's taken you from perception, okay, so that's the situation, to emotion, angry and frustrated, to thought. What are you thinking about? My dad is to blame. There's an element of blame there, which is maybe why I asked you for forgiveness. And I'll repeat the dysfunctional pattern that played out when I was a child with someone else, and now I'm an adult. Okay, so there's a fear there. These thoughts and feelings prove that I'm right, that
I can't have a functional relationship with somebody.
Yeah, okay. So now we see. So now you're getting to the core belief. Can't have a functional genuinely loving relationship with a partner. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Okay. And what I wanted and expected is 4. So now you go to the desire or prayer. So in this, what is the underlying desire of the ego in this? What I wanted and expected, what I want and expect is 4, desired action, situation, or event. The desire for something to be different than what it is now is keeping you from the peace of God. So what is this desire? Desired action, situation, or event that is part of this whole train of thought.
Well, the desire is to let go of all of that and to
No, but the ego desire. What's behind the ego's? What's behind all of this? You just uncovered a program. So perception, angry and frustrated.
well, the ego's desire is to keep me safe.
What I want and expected is for me to be safe.
Yeah, and not hurt or not angry and frustrated again.
For me to be safe and avoid pain, anger, and frustration. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what it's telling you. So you have a pattern here to keep you safe. That's what it's telling you. Okay? And so all of this, if you believe all of this, perception, emotion, thought, belief, you buy into the idea that you need to be safe, and this is going to keep you safe, and this is going to prevent you from a lot of pain, it's going to keep you safe from pain, it's going to prevent anger and frustration. So now we've named it. So in the beauty of this process is it's not just theoretical, like, okay, well, let's look at it as a theoretical exercise and here's the levels of mind. It's actually practical because you stick it down. And then what it does is it kicks out an instrument worksheet. So it populates the worksheet for you. So now you can work through a process. So read it as we go. When I think about upsetting action, situation, or event, my childhood with my dad, I feel
angry and frustrated because I think that my dad is to blame, and because I'm afraid that I'll repeat the dysfunctional pattern with someone else like him in the future.
Let's just fix that. Sorry. I've got a error there with someone. Dysfunctional pattern with someone else like him. Okay, there we go.
And thinking about my childhood with my dad, feeling angry and frustrated, blaming my dad, fearing I'll repeat the dysfunctional pattern with someone else like him, prove I am right, that I can't have a functional, genuine, loving relationship with a partner.
Yeah. So can you see the pattern? You see how this plays out.
I wish I'd come across this 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It's saved me so much grief.
Yeah. At least it's happening now. So that's
well, obviously that's what I've been waiting for now, to be able to discover this before I've moved into another dysfunctional relationship, because I've just not I've refused to. Okay.
Well, that's good. Until you're ready to actually have one, and maybe the part of this is letting go of the need for a relationship. The paradox of it is, if you let go, needing it, maybe it'll come. Maybe
that's
it won't.
the paradox about all of it. As soon as you let go of the thing that you really, really want, you get it, and at that point, as soon as you don't care about having it, that's when it comes, isn't it? That's quite frustrating. But
because the special relationship is not going to save you. Only love, unconditional love, save you. So if you're really connected to spirit, you don't need a relationship. There's no need for it. If it comes along and you can be with someone in a holy relationship and you can share with them, great. Nothing wrong with that. It's a holy relationship. But the need for the relationship means that it's a special relationship, because you think on some level that relationship is going to save you. It's going to make you happier. It's going to make you somehow better in some way, and that's a false idol. The special relationship is we discussing it in quite some detail in the next few weeks, because we're in the section of the text where he deals with it. So it'll be worth listening to the recordings. So let it go. Like, I don't need a relationship. But if something comes along that's that's going to be a holy relationship, and it might not start that way, but it's going to be part of my healing journey, really. So what you should ask for is, Spirit, give me what I need to heal. That's the prayer. What do I need to heal to come into full awareness of this loving presence that we call God? What do I need to heal? And if a relationship is part of that, then it'll show up, because the relationships can be great healing lessons. But that's the purpose of it. The purpose is not to make you happy on the level of form. It's to heal your mind. So that's the prayer of the heart. You say, I want to heal this. I want to heal the dysfunction, and whatever needs to show up to help me do that. If that's a man or a woman I'm in a relationship with, well, okay, so be it. I open to that. But I'm not trying to create that myself. See, the ego will hijack and say, no, you need this. You need someone else in your life because you're lonely. And really all that perpetuates is the dysfunction, that you're a separate self. So needing, from the perspective of being a separate self, which then creates a special relationship, just plays into the ego. And it's going to create more of the same pattern. It'll be a dysfunctional relationship, because it always is. So, by doing this healing, outside of a relationship, you open yourself maybe to having a functional relationship, if that's what's required. You don't know.
Yeah, because at the moment I'm just actively not even thinking about it, don't want it, don't desire it. It's just now and again you kind of think, well, everyone else. Oh no, actually what it is that my higher self wants community. And that's what so I know that it doesn't, I spend a lot of time on my own. And
so that's a desire to join, but that can be with anyone. It doesn't have to be with
I know, absolutely. But like you say, so this pattern, I didn't realize, but I'd gone to the other extreme. Rather than looking for somebody to reinforce this, I was actually blocking somebody from coming into my life because I didn't want this to happen again.
Yeah.
So I was going to the other extreme of it.
Yeah, which isn't healthy, because then you're actually separating yourself from the other person. You're blocking a potential experience of love, a holy relationship, because of a set of beliefs. Like when it's laid out like this, you go, okay, well, yeah, there's a pattern here. There's a belief, there's a perception, there's a feeling. This is what I've been doing with this. I repeat the dysfunctional pattern to someone else like him. So ego is telling me it's going to keep me safe, but that's not the case. So just by going through an exercise like this, it can help you to just pop the belief and go, actually, no, it doesn't make any sense when it's laid out like this.
That's absolutely brilliant. If you could send this to me, I would be so grateful.
Yeah,
that's brilliant. And because we hide the stuff from ourselves. This is the problem that I'm finding is that we're doing the work, but we're hiding it from ourselves, and we either have to have someone else reflecting it back, like you did last time I spoke to you, reflecting it back to me, or an exercise like this where you can actually you can still hide from it. I suppose you can still pretend that you can't see it, but it's there for you if you're willing and able to accept it and to do the work on it.
Yeah, if you work through this, you read through this and you spend some time contemplating it, it's gonna pop the pattern. It takes you ultimately to the the healing. So you come to the point where I let it go. I voluntarily let go of the desire for. That desire is me to be safe and avoid pain, anger, and frustration. Because I realize that desire is what's keeping the whole pattern going, and there's a fear there. This is fear that's governing you. You're defending yourself against an imagined situation, which then becomes real by your defense against it. This is how it works.
Okay, so he popped in to help me to move this forward, didn't he?
Precisely. And then you see, then you come on a call like this and you mention it, and then there's this healing that happens, and so that this is all directed by the Spirit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. There's so much value in this. It's unbelievable.
To help you heal the issues. So I'll save this because I can do that. Let's go. What do we need to do? So the way to work this, just so you know in future, if you use the base one, so the editable one, you just got to print it out. You got to print it to PDF. So if I go there, print,
Right, okay.
it's going to allow me to do it there. So print to Microsoft Print to PDF. It'll print it out with what it is. So then it's not an editable once it's printed.
Right, yeah, I get it.
But I can send you the editable one as well. So
yeah, that'd be brilliant. I'd really
print Microsoft PDF.
That, I think this is definitely a game changer.
Yeah, well, fantastic. So let's go put it into AOLG.
I found it very helpful because then you can EAM it as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
Not shortcut it, because I think when we do EAM, we get to we don't quite get to the miracle bit.
Right. Okay.
We clear the thoughts and beliefs, we clear the patterns, but for me there was an extra, the bit that's D, whatever it is in the order of things. It's like, oh, I hadn't got to that bottom bit. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So like the core belief was that I was stupid or I was whatever.
Yeah.
I hadn't quite got to.
Yeah, exactly. Which is the miracle, when you really get to the core of the issue and you change it, and you change that program, that resident belief, which is a part of the belief in separation. Then there's the miracle, because you no longer believe in it. So save that, and I'll send it to you.
I'm going to pop off now. I'll see you later if you're still here.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Thank you, Sally. I think you brought it up first.
Great stuff. We're here all together.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
Fantastic. All right.
Yeah, if I just send this to you on WhatsApp, is that okay?
Yeah, that's cool.
You can then do what you need to do with it. So I'll just do it now. So there's the original diagram, which is instrument for peace. So that's the editable one. First up, and then we've got the one you just did. So you can work with this.
Yeah, brilliant.
And process it through. You know, spend some time on it, because it's reading it and then understanding what it's saying. But it states it very clearly. You know, each one is stated very clearly as to what. There you go, clubs. Where are we? I just found it. Discussion session recordings. No, it's not there. Planetary diagrams. No, that one. Oh, that's so interesting. I just found it so easily, and now I can't find it.
Is that the one, my one that you said?
Yes. Yeah. I just saved it. So.
Well, I did a screenshot of the initial things you wrote in the first page, so I can produce it.
I'll find it. I just saved it somewhere.
I do that all the time. It's just you might be able to find it by date modified. Explanatory diagrams, because it's not in the cloud.
Yeah.
It's local.
Yes. Marketing, meditation, recordings. Testimony. No, that's so interesting. I just found it so easily, and now I can't find it. So that's really weird. So I saved it to somewhere. Let me just see if I can find this. So it was under club, AOLG club, lessons. It's not there. It's going to be explanatory diagrams. Not there. I just checked that. Processes and sessions. Like somehow you just sometimes miss these things. Why did I miss that? Okay, so there we go.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so you got two. There's the original, and then the YADS instrument is the non-editable PDF with what we just did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so all right, so where were we? We were at yeah, anything else to share? Otherwise we'll go into some practice, I think.
Well, I think that was quite a lot.
Yeah.
That's quite a lot, and that's quite a...
Well, that's just the warm-up.
I know, but there's so much. It's just I kind of feel like I'm in a limbo space sometimes where there's absolutely nothing, and it's not until I'm actually interacting with other people that I feel like I'm even alive. It's the rest of the time I'm just being, and there's nothing. There's nothing at all. But there's no joy with it. I haven't found that place of peace. It's like I can see why I'm here. I understand why I'm here, but it doesn't feel like a joyful journey yet. Which you mentioned earlier on, and I think, well, that's the piece I'm waiting to drop in, because I get it. I can get it, and I can obviously talking to other people as well. I can sort of observe what's going on a lot of the time as well, and see, question why certain things happen. Understand that I'm creating it all, but it's finding that joy in it is.
So there's more letting go to do, because if you really have let go, you can only.
Does it ever end? It feels like my whole life is about this. This is what I came. I've had so much healing through my life, different healers popping up, and when I've not had money, they've offered me sessions either for swaps or for free, because they've known that I've needed some support. It's like, well, when will this, be finally resolved?
When you leave, when you take your last breath and the body is.
I'm definitely not wanting to come back and do this again. So I'm really putting a lot of effort into this.
Yeah, so practice, practice while you're here, so that your mind is healed. Your issues are resolved, the mind is healed. You're back in oneness, and when you finally die, you lay your body aside. That's it. You've done what you needed to do. You're at peace. You're in pure formless awareness of perfect love. You have no desire to be anything else. You don't want to be a separate self anymore, and your mind is healed. And that's game over for the ego. So that's.
Can I experience some of that joy in this lifetime? Do I have to wait?
No, well, on the timeline, if you're doing this,
if I do all of that stuff,
you're letting go, and you're going into the state of pure formless awareness, and really experiencing that. This is deeply peaceful. It's peaceful. There's joy there. There's love. It all comes from this higher state of mind, and then you can actually perceive differently on the timeline, and you can have different experiences on the timeline, because it's all coming from the source in your mind of love, and love and peace and joy are really just aspects of the same thing. We call them different things here. We have different names because that's part of the construct of separation, but it's one experience ultimately. Where this is taking you to is to one ecstatic, blissful experience, where it all merges into one experience that you can't really even describe. You couldn't even call it love or peace or joy. That's meaningless. It's just a total experience of God's love, which is awesome and mind-blowing and amazing. So as you open up in this life, and you're letting go, you're opening your mind to experience more and more of this. So it should start coming through, and you naturally experience more peace and more happiness and more joy in your daily life, because your mind is in that state more and more. And you would naturally have to. You're not just going to suddenly go into eternal bliss on your death when you've been, very miserable your entire life. That's just not going to happen, is it? It's a progression. You've got to train your mind for joy. Train your mind to be open to this joyful presence that's in you, that can now come into your daily life and really help you to perceive everything differently, to live your perception of life, of the world is your life here. This is what makes up your life experiences. So the deeper knowing, that this knowledge can come into your mind and into your perceptions and bring you a pretty happy experience, pretty joyful experience. It's called the happy dream. If it's corrected, if you're not getting hijacked into separation all the time, and you're simply staying rooted in that awareness, which is what letting go, forgiveness helps you do, then it can be a pretty happy dream. There's no need for all of the emotional drama. So even if something like this happens on the timeline, okay, so I had a heart attack or something, then oh, and there's my I'll have to tell John that the meeting's long over. Sorry, let me just let him in. So hi, you John. I don't know if he's joining. No, he's not joining. Okay, let me just, I'm going to message him and just say the meeting's over. The meeting is over. It's just... Right, so there we go. Is he in, John? Okay, I'm going to just remove him, I think. Remove. I won't report to him. Just remove. Okay, so there we go. All right. So.
Ask you, I know I'm kind of hijacking this session, but so one of the issues I have is that I seem to be highly empathic. So when I'm with other people, I kind of take on some of their stuff whilst I'm with them. So I used to, so before I knew this, it'd be, for example, someone would be talking to me about their business and I get really excited about what they were doing. And I'd be thinking, oh, I want to do that. I want to do that. And then I'd walk away from them and realize actually I don't want to do that. That was their thing. And I do that with all sorts of stuff. So when I'm on my own, it feels almost like I'm an empty vessel because there isn't anything and I can just go for a walk in nature whenever I can connect and I can feel love and joy and peace. But then I'm with other people and and then I kind of lose who I am and lose, I forget. I think I get sucked into the story a bit. Unless I'm in a teaching position, in which case I can hold that space and then, So what's the benefit of that? And how do I stop that? Or should I actually be embracing that more?
Well, you want to let go of any influences that are not helpful. So if it's a separation belief, thought, someone else is holding that. If you pick up on their energy, then you're allowing the ego to come in via them. That's how it works. So you've got to be quite discerning. Yeshua tells us vigilance. Vigilance is required.
Okay.
You need to watch your thoughts, watch your emotions, and where's it coming from. So if you're picking up on an ego energy from someone else, and it's like, oh yeah, I really get excited, like to do a business, that's probably moving you away from the core of pure formless awareness, the peace that you really are, and you're just picking up on their energy, and then adopting it temporarily. So the more you do this, the more you just become vigilant, and you're letting go of whatever is not of the spirit. So whatever's not loving, peaceful, and joyful, wherever it's coming from, could be someone else you're interacting with. Ultimately, that's just a trigger for your own thoughts and emotions. So it's coming from you. There's a resident program in your own mind that person's triggered, and now it's arisen. Oh, get really excited. So there's something in you. There's a belief there that maybe needs to be looked at and undone. Okay, well, why am I getting so excited about this business? Because I think on some level this is going to offer me something. So am I valuing this unduly? And then you can unpack that and go, well, maybe this is just another egoic desire. The ego is always trying to give you something in this world to hook onto, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that business could really work, and I get really excited, and it's a false idol if it's egoic, because it's not really going to do anything. It's not actually going to save you. It's not going to make you happier. It's just another path the ego is trying to take you down to prevent you from accessing the joy and the peace and the love that you really want. If it's an inspired idea, it has a kind of different quality. It tends not to be so exciting. It's more like some kind of deep feeling, a calling to do it. When I did this this art of letting go, it was like, I feel like I really need to do this.
Yeah, well, I get that. Yeah, I understand there's a difference. I can see that now. But what you just said about it being the ego showing me something, that there's a part of me there. So forget about the business part, because it happens with other things as well. So where I'm picking up energy from someone else, and I'm feeling whatever they're feeling. I mean, even because I do that in client sessions, and that's how I help other people like move through their stuff. So really, I'm moving through my stuff.
Yeah.
And they're paying me.
It's triggering a program in you. You're only feeling it because there's a resonance on some level. So
it's not actually being given to me by, spirit working through me. It's being given to me by my ego.
Yeah, but then the spirit can reinterpret it, and say, okay, well, is this something you want to keep? Is this a true belief or not? So our interactions with other people can be helpful, because it shows you, oh, okay, so yes, I'm being triggered. I'm pulling in all kinds of things from other people, which are not of the spirit, but I need to be vigilant against that, because that's how the ego gets me. And that will show me, someone else can show me that where I still have an ego attachment, where I still believe in the ego, because that they then give rise to that belief. And you go down a track and you go, well, why did I get into that state? Because there's some resonance in you. There's some desire still for that part of the ego's thought system. So then they show that to you, and you go, okay, well, actually, that's not really helpful. What I really want is a transcendent love and peace and joy. That's all I really want. Is it this? Is that what this is? No. Okay, so I let it go, and the next time maybe I won't be so easily fooled. The next time it comes along, the ego tries to hijack you and pull you down a path that is egoic. Then you go, no, stop. Stop. Don't go there. I'm noticing the thought emotion arising, but that's not what I want. I don't choose that. I'm willing to let it go now and release it. And you get better at just clearing it.
I suppose that's been getting sucked into other people's stories. When you get someone's complaining about somebody, for example, and you might join in and start complaining as well, then it's kind of more obvious there, isn't it? Because you say, stop, I don't want to be part of that, that energy. Yeah,
but it could be, a client's got a business idea, as you said, and you get quite excited. Oh, I want to be part of that. That sounds great. So you picked up some of their energy, but then you got to really look at it and say, well, is this just another false idol? The ego's trying to give me some kind of salvation in the world, and desiring this and going down a whole track. And actually, really what I want is the peace of God. That's what I really want. Is this going to bring me the peace of God? No, actually, probably it's going to be a sidetrack. It's going to create, another thing to do in my life. It's going to create more busyness. It's more desire. If it's genuinely inspired, then you'll probably feel different. Maybe if it's really what you're meant to do, then it sort of has a deeper quality. And you need to get discerning. Part of listening to Holy Spirit is, okay, well, what's what? What is the Holy Spirit? What feels right? There are going to be things that maybe it's bringing in for your help and your guidance, and there's things that are of the ego that should be avoided. And it's to discern, what's what. And the clearer you get, the more you do this work, and really work with the Course in Miracles to let go of ego as it shows up, the clearer you get. You start to know, okay, well, that's that and that's that. In the end, that's what he's trying to train us to do. Well, what's coming from the Holy Spirit? What's genuine, authentic, and I should welcome him? And what's from the ego, and this is what I should be vigilant of and I should let go of. And that's all he's training our minds to do. But that that's a process of mind training that can take years to really get discerning. Like, okay, so what's in the zoo here?
Okay, yeah.
Which is which? We get confused, don't we? Okay,
well, yeah.
An energy comes in, and I think it's the spirit, but actually, maybe I need to play that out and see it actually wasn't the spirit, because it led me into a dead end. It led me to a place where I suffered because of that. Okay, well, that's not of the spirit. The spirit's never trying to make you suffer. It was another ego attempt to hijack your mind and take you down a path that actually wasn't really serving. It was just another distraction. Remember, this world is distractionville.
But then sometimes when we go down a path, the reason why it feels like it's a dead end is because we're sabotaging ourselves. So how do we know the difference?
Well, this is a spiritual practice. The more you practice, and you meditate and you're doing these mind training exercises in the workbook, the clearer you get. It becomes an internal knowing. It's like, yeah, I know what the spirit feels like, and I know what the ego feels like. The ego, for me, always feels pretty inturbulated. It's not a peaceful energy. It's always like quite a lot of thought. Emotions can be quite vacillating. If you're desiring something, it doesn't feel peaceful. It's like, I want that and I need that, and and you feel kind of a bit disturbed, really, even though you think you really want it. Your peace is disturbed, whereas the spirit is much quieter and gentler, and this has a much more kind of peaceful energy. And if you think about it, you're like, yeah, okay, that just kind of sits quite well. I feel peaceful when I think of doing that. The ego can come up, of course, and try and sabotage it and go, oh, no, you can't, see, this is the dance, like I say. So now it fears that because it doesn't want you to go into the peace. So now it might bring up some fear around and say, oh, no, you can't do that because of, whatever reason. But in the end, it's a very peaceful, calm feeling. Even if it's like a business venture or a project, it feels quite, there's not that desire. It's not mad desire to achieve something. It's more like, okay, this is what I feel. I feel it quite deeply. This feels right. So yes, I'll engage in this, but I'm doing it in a flow state. I'm not doing it in a state of rabid desire and outcome orientation. If I'm outcome oriented and it's about the result, oh, I'm really excited because if I do this, then I could just get some quick money in or whatever. That's the wrong energy. It's more like, yeah, this feels right to do. The process itself is rewarding. I enjoy the process, and I'm feeling the call to do this, and it's a much kind of deeper, more peaceful energy, and that's sustainable. You can work with inspiration versus the ego's motivation in a long-term way. I've worked. My example with this course in this program, it's 4 years down the line, and it's consistent every day. I put in hours and hours and hours. So that's inspiration. Because there's no short-term, oh, yes, I'll do something and I'll get a quick fix and I'll get 100. That's how I started. I'll get 100 subscribers in 6 months. Forget it. It's like the spirit was like, no, that's not how it's going to work. You need to actually really dig deep and persevere, and the results aren't necessarily going to be immediate, but carry on, because this is your calling, and it's part of my own spiritual practice. And so, then through the process of doing the work, it's your own spiritual practice. The work becomes part of learning the lessons you need to learn: patience, trust, faith, all this kind of stuff. And it doesn't necessarily happen when your ego wants it to happen, because that's not part of the program. If I'd got 100 subscribers in 6 months, it probably wouldn't have been good. It really wouldn't have been good. I'm glad I didn't. It needed to evolve and progress slowly and develop. And it's like, it gave me time to develop the program and really, go deep into it and develop something of real value. And now it's gonna grow organically, because the bulk of the work's done. 3 years ago, that wasn't there. So you just, it's a much more kind of organic and directed and flowing kind of way of doing anything than the ego, and much more sustainable. The inspiration beats motivation every time. Inspiration will sustain you when the going gets tough. When I have times when I'm so tired I can only see the screen, I'm like, I just, like, something keeps me going. It's like it's a deeper, this feels right. It's what I'm supposed to be doing. When you align with your life purpose, then you have a power that the ego's motivation based on short-term goals and a quick fix and I want this and I want this cannot match, because that's very, very short-lived, and ultimately that's going to disappoint you. You set yourself up, you have a huge expectation, doesn't happen, and then you're like, oh, now I'm disappointed again, and then, okay, well, I can't sustain, so I just give it up and I'll try something else. So if you're really going to do anything long-term and sustainable, it's got to come from the spirit, because that's going to give you the ongoing perseverance, discipline, determination, resilience, all these things. That comes from the spirit, not from the ego. The ego's after the quick fix, give me instant gratification, and if it doesn't happen, then I get disappointed and I throw my toys out the cot and I stop. And inspiration is because it's coming from source, it's permanent, it's eternal. It gives you all of those qualities of perseverance, determination, courage, resilience. That all comes from spirit. It doesn't come from ego. It comes from the pure formless awareness of perfect love. That is your foundation. That cannot be undone. And then you're just tapping into it. So this is the journey. You got to start to learn what that feels like, and how does that feel for you. And then when you know that it's the spirit and the ego, your choice is obvious. But it's the discernment, the awareness to know, okay, what's what. And that's just the path. No one can tell you. It's your own journey. It's your spiritual journey of doing these practices, working with a teaching like a Course in Miracles will refine that awareness so that you do get better and better at determining it, and very quickly be able to go, okay, yeah, I know what's what, and then your decision making becomes much better. You don't go down blind alleys and do foolish things anymore, because you stay rooted in the spirit and you're directed by that voice and that voice only. And if that's directing your life and your businesses, it's going to be successful on I call it true success, on a different level from what the ego can do. Completely different level. Truly successful is, yes, it's for your at-one-ment process. So it's helping you to atone, and it's also helping everyone else to atone. That's what true success is. If that process is unfolding, which it will with the Holy Spirit's guidance, then you have a truly successful life and business, however it looks on the level of form. So, is that helpful?
That's really helpful. It's really helpful. Thank you so much.
I'll stop talking now. Let's say hello to Anna. Anna, are you there? I can see your ceiling.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Ed.
Hi.
Hi.
Have you met yet?
We've seen each other, but not spoken.
Not spoken.
That's right. Yeah.
So Yad joined a couple of weeks ago, and she knows Sally, and that influx of people I had about 2 weeks ago was her group. She's got a Course in Miracles group, which she facilitates on a Wednesdays. So most of them joined the program on a free trial, and we'll see what happens. Is it 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Where are we?
2 weeks now. I know it's 2 weeks because we kind of
it's 2 weeks. So they got another week. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Next week, I think some of them will hopefully join and carry on the journey.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
I need to cook something for this evening to take to a potluck supper. So at some point I will, but I want to listen. So put myself on mute and chop vegetables.
Yeah. Okay. No problem if you need to do that. So I'm just going to share my screen again, and let's go into some. Let's go into where are we? There we go. That's what I wanted. So if you can read the quote, is that big enough? Do you want me to expand?
No, I'm on a computer, not my iPad. So all right.
Yeah.
So love is what we were born with. Fear is what we've learned here. The spiritual journey is the relinquishment or unlearning of fear and the acceptance of love back into our hearts. Love is the essential existential fact. It is our ultimate reality and our purpose on earth. To be consciously aware of it, to experience love in ourselves and others, is the meaning of life.
Nice one from Marianne Williamson. So that leads nicely into what I've got a little bit of teaching here. So let's read that, and then we'll go into the lesson. So if you want to read the first paragraph.
Which bit? From where?
Today's quote.
Yeah. Today's quote from the best-selling book, A Return to Love, Reflections of the Principles of A Course in Miracles by Marianne Williamson, one of the best-known Course in Miracles teachers in the world, highlights the dichotomy between fear and love, and we must choose between these two seemingly opposite forces by letting go of or unlearning what we've learned from fear, which automatically allows love to return to our awareness.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that? Yeah, I'll just pause it there. Any thoughts on that paragraph and on the quote?
Well, it just makes it sound so simple, doesn't it?
Mm.
That we just let go of fear, and then you'll have love in its place. And that we choose, but we don't consciously choose, do we? I mean, well, we do consciously choose, but there's just so much going on, as we've talked about this morning, that it's, we think we're choosing love, but we're being driven by fear. That's the programming, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's to become aware, much more aware of what's what. What is fear actually? How does this work? How does the ego's program work? And that's really what Yeshua is training us to do with this course. He's saying, if you can really identify what this is. So what is fear? What does it feel like? What does it look like? How does it play out in your life? In all of its ways, shapes, and forms, because there's many ways, isn't there? I mean, the ego's got many, many, many different schemes for hijacking your mind. So we need to become aware of all of that. And so that's what he's training us to do. So he's not, as he says, it's not a course in love. I can't teach you the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be taught. But I can teach you to let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. And so he's teaching us, well, this is how the ego works. These are the blocks, so that we can become aware of them, and then we can let go of them. So that's the methodology of the course: cutting away, becoming aware of what's not us, of what's fear, and then just cutting it away, letting it go, to reveal what was always there, but it was just covered over. So you don't need to learn love; you just need to unlearn what's false, unlearn fear. That's the whole methodology. So, as I say, the formula for experiencing love all the time is really very simple. Iona, if you want to read step 1 and step 2.
Train your mind to become increasingly aware of any fear. Fear is a general term that Yeshua uses in ACIM to refer to any negative, limiting, contracted emotion that's blocking your awareness of pure formless awareness or perfect love.
So it's a general, fear is anything that's egoic. So fear incorporates guilt, anger, shame, and all the other, Pandora's box of ego emotions. When he uses fear in the sense of fear or love, fear is just the name that he gives to the ego's thought system as a whole. It also incorporates guilt and anger and etc. But it's one thought system.
Could I ask you to make it a little bigger, please, on the screen?
You want it bigger, okay?
Thank you. Yay, thank you. Step 2 is choose to let go of any negative thoughts and emotions. You may well be asking yourself, how exactly do you do this? Again, the answer is simple. Just follow the ideal daily schedule I include in these daily emails every day as a bare minimum. If you can't do all of it, focus on these 2 main mind training methods.
And then we've got the 2 really essentials of this Art of Letting Go program are the breath breaks and the meditations. So you do the breath breaks regularly through the day. You do the longer meditations. You're practicing the lesson in doing that. And then the other one is the live discussion meditation sessions. So if you can join those, which you are doing, then there's a deeper understanding that comes through the workbook lessons and of the text, just by participating in the sessions, which you're well aware of, Marianne. So yeah, I'd invite you, if this works for you, maybe you want to join more sessions.
I do, but it's the ego, isn't it? It's like I'm creating things that happen at 12:30 every day, so that I can't join. So, and I'm aware of that. I'm aware that that's it. What's happening?
We do evenings as well. There's Tuesday.
Yeah, evenings aren't good for me. By the time the evening comes on, my brain's normally fried. So.
Yeah, can I just share what happened last night?
Yes, please do. It was quite good.
I went online and there was just Jonathan, and it was 8:30, or was it later? I really don't remember. And
it was 8:30. Yeah, you came on just after 8:30. Yeah.
And I remember at 9 you said, "Yeah, you're up fairly early. This is the time when you start to get tired." And I said, "You bet." So I said, okay, there are 10 paragraphs. I'm going to do 5 max, top. And then by 10:30, I was getting so irritated, tired, itchy. Kenneth was irritating me. I couldn't think anymore. And I felt like a victim because, I'm the only one showing up. Why is it,
why do I have to do this? Yeah.
Why do I have to do this?
Yeah.
And then Jono said very reasonably, look, why don't we just take 5, go and have a drink? So I sat outside. And I was so resistant.
Yeah.
Because, sleep, bed, rest, peace, darkness, that's always been a big thing that I tell myself every day that I can't function without, lots of hours. But John keeps on saying, that he's had sort of 25 minutes, or I'm exaggerating, but and then I could see it suddenly as another ego defense against doing the work, because I was outraged. My ego was outraged. Oh, give me a break, people. Kenneth's going to bed.
Yeah.
And then Jono said, you're not doing it. Holy Spirit's doing it. Allow it to come through you.
Yeah. And it did.
Yeah. And I got to go to bed at 5 to 12, and then I was awake.
You couldn't sleep.
Well, I started reading Gary.
No, really?
Hard. Yeah. So I went to sleep, I don't know, at 1 after 1 or something, because I felt good.
Yeah. Yeah. So you kind of got through that, and that the ego uses tiredness as a defense mechanism, big time. Oh, you're so tired, you can't concentrate on this, you can't possibly do it, give up.
Because ego doesn't want me to do this work on any level.
Mm.
It's saying this is such a bad idea. You're going to feel terrible in the morning.
Mm.
You won't be able to concentrate on anything else. So the little stuff I feel is really important.
Mm. And how were you this morning? Was you?
Oh, just fine. Of course. I had a really lovely morning.
Yeah. So there you go. So
the
the reason I pushed you yesterday was I'm like, okay, there's a resistance program arising.
Yes.
So it's like, if I'm a teacher, which helping you to overcome the ego, this is a great lesson. If you can just surrender, let it go, and just drop the resistance, the Spirit will do it for you. It really will. And you find that you can go. I was saying I can go all night. I did a night's work after that.
I kind of had a feeling you were going to do that. Yeah.
Well, otherwise it doesn't get done. Then, it's late, the email's late. And so I just go, okay, I've just learned to surrender. Don't resist. Just go, all right, well, this is what I'm doing. The Forrest Gump idea, I'm just doing it. And I'm not really doing it. It's just happening through me. And actually I can do whatever I need to do. I've got the power and the capability to do. And it just kind of happens through you. And then you start to learn that it's not me doing it. I'm being done through. It's the Spirit doing it through me. And I've just got to let go and step out the way. And extraordinary resources and power and, everything is available to me. I can go way, way beyond what I thought I was capable of if I allow myself to be used by the Spirit, because it doesn't know limits. At some point, I do sleep. But I can function pretty well on 2 hours sleep if needed.
Well, we may yet become the group of letting go sleep is a bad idea.
Yeah, don't necessarily do what I'm doing, but the point is that it's possible. You know what I mean? It's like it is possible. If I have to, I can, and I can actually function quite well. I'm not telling myself, oh God, no. 2 hours sleep, I'm going to be a zombie and I can't function, and the whole day is going to be a write-off. I'm going, no, it's fine. I'll be okay. I'll do a meditation maybe, and I'm pretty 90% functional. So it's kind of been interesting to get over. It's again these constructs. You say, oh, I have to get 7 hours sleep. Well, what is that? That's a belief.
A couple of things are coming up for me, and I'm realizing what I learned last night is if I can push through and allow the Holy Spirit to take over, and then where else is this going to go? You know, if I can stand aside and allow the spirit to just come through me to do my painting, teaching.
Exactly.
Else, that's the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I remember when my twins were born, you know, getting snatches of sleep, but feeling really high and on purpose. And fine, actually, because I felt carried through on this amazing work I had to do.
So it's inspiration, really. You know, the spirit gives you the fuel. It's this rocket fuel.
Yeah.
And it doesn't know limits. So you can function very well on a little sleep if you're inspired. And you just go beyond the limits of the normal. It doesn't, those don't really hold you back anymore. So, you know, then you've got to go through a session. You know, I just don't give up. It's like, okay, we go until we finish. It's very simple. That's how it works. Because if you give up and you go, oh no, I'm too tired, what are you doing? You're saying, well, the ego has just won a little battle there, hasn't it? It's telling you too tired. It's telling you to believe in the limits, and then you're bound by those limits, by your own beliefs. So yesterday maybe was a bit of a breakthrough for you, and you know, hopefully that'll just, like in future, when you're tired in a session, you go, okay, but it's fine. I just let go. It's just a feeling. What's tiredness? It's a feeling. And it can come in waves, but it's okay. I'll just go through it. It's fine, you know. I'll just let go and I'll carry on, and the spirit will do it. I mean, I can guide a meditation or speak truth when I'm half asleep.
Yeah,
I don't know how it happens. It just happens because it's not really me doing it. It's like, who's saying the words? I don't know who's saying the words. It's just coming through.
It's probably easier then as well, isn't it? Because the ego is really put aside when you're half asleep. It's actually easier to channel that information.
So there is actually an advantage to in some of these retreats and stuff. So yeah, if you do our retreat in September in Findhorn, you know, part of it is to really go into we go into the night. We go till like 12 o'clock at night. You might be only getting 5-6 hours of sleep, but that's part of the process, because when you're tired, your defenses get lowered, and there's a kind of a letting go that has to happen. So in a lot of these transformational workshops, that's a technique that they use to shift, to get a deeper shift. Yeah, so instead of getting your normal 7 or 8 hours, you're getting 5 or 6. And that just creates a little bit of tiredness that then helps you to actually go, okay, I've got to go beyond what I'm used to. I'm going out of my comfort zone, and I've got to let go and just go with this. And then there's a shift and a transformation that happens. So yeah, it's part of a transformational process. In the initiation ceremonies that they do in ancient cultures and in spiritual traditions, also often sleep deprivation for like a number of days, so that you get into an altered state. So it takes you out of that ego, the normal ego comfort zone, into another state of mind where you have to kind of just let go and surrender to something higher, because you've been pushed beyond your comfortable limits. If you recall the hero's journey, it's going out of the comfort zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pull up that diagram quickly. There you can see the hero's journey is going from the outside of the known into the unknown, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's going beyond this known world, threshold guardians, and these limits seem to be there. They keep showing up, don't they? But actually, you can overcome them. Whenever they show up, you can say, all right, I'm just going to let this go. I'm going to give this to the spirit, and the guides and the helpers are there in whatever form to actually help you do that. So yesterday I was just a little helper saying, come on, you can do this. Just let it go, and let's go through this together. And then you had a different experience. If you'd gone to bed, it would have been like, hey, well, you just stayed in that, oh, I can't do it at 10:30, that's my limit. But we went beyond it. You had a different experience. Like, oh, actually, I can do it.
Yes.
Like, I'm not limited by that tiredness.
Yeah.
And so now you have a reference for future. Okay, well, I can actually do this. I can go beyond, what I thought I was limited to. So you've just gone out of a little comfort zone, out of the known into the unknown.
And now you haven't got an excuse anymore either, because you can't play.
Yeah.
So there's no hiding.
Yeah, exactly. There's nowhere to hide. It's like, no, actually, you can do this. You know you can do this. So what's your excuse? Just do it. Show up in the spirit and just do it. And then you become truly, useful to the spirit. It's like, okay, well, this is the channel that is opening to the unlimited power that I'm going to bring into it, and you're not resisting it. So it's interesting how we try and fight for our limits, isn't it?
Fighting for the limits, or last night in the text, you're believing in sacrifice.
Yeah. Same thing. It's part of the thought system of limitation.
You think you
sacrifice, loss. I can't do it. I'm limited, and it's so strange because we want to keep it. We want to hold to our limits. It's like we fight for them, when actually the yearning of your soul is to be unlimited. That's what the real call is to go into unlimited. Oh, it's crazy. Why would you fight for your limits so hard? I mean, most people spend their entire lives defending their illusion of a limited self and fighting for their limits so hard. And yes, you're just saying, give it up, man. This is just not going to make you happy ever. Give it up to the spirit, which is unlimited. And if you allow this unlimited power to come into you, you can do extraordinary things. You shall do these things and greater things than I have done.
Yeah.
Like, so much is possible.
Yeah.
If you just allow yourself to be used as the instrument.
You're
not doing it anymore.
He says you can do greater things than I achieved.
Yeah.
Yeshua.
Yes. In the Bible. Know that quote. He says, "Ye shall do these things that I have done and greater things than I have done." So he's not limiting us at all. He said, you can do what I've done and more if you allow the Spirit to do it through you, because he understood the power that's available. He said, you can move mountains if you really believe, and you really allow the Spirit to come through. And I've just demonstrated that for you, because I'm just the example of this thought system in action. Well, what's not possible? Heal the sick, raise the dead, raise myself, resurrect. I mean, where are the limits? There aren't any, because it's an eternal power that's beyond the limits. It doesn't play by the ego's limits. Wow. So that's why the whole message of the course is there's no order of difficulty in miracles. That's the first line in the text proper. There is no order of difficulty among miracles. And we need an entire text and this whole mind training program to unwind our mind to allow us to believe that there is no order of difficulty in miracles. Oh, okay, so there's no limit then. These limits that I've put in place are not limits. They're just beliefs. And I'm open to all of that being undone. And that happens, in these little experiences. Like you had an experience last night, that's where it happens. In that moment, you make the choice to go beyond the limits. Now your known world just expanded by a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah,
it expanded.
Yeah.
So now, now what was previously unknown, now that's known. Okay, I did it. So yeah, I can do that. So why not explore that? Why not go more into this unknown world and allow more limits to be stripped away? And this is why we need the journey. The journey is systematically and progressively undoing those limits as they show up day by day. And so it's a lifetime work, because we live in a world of limits. The ego is a limited belief system, and the limits keep showing up.
Yeah.
And then your job is to let them go and transcend them. Okay, so where are we? Back to here.
It sounds so simple. In practice, it's a little bit more challenging, isn't it? And I'm really sorry, and like all these limits, but I've got another commitment, so I'm going to have to go.
Okay.
Are you on? You said you continue until you finish, and sometimes you're on all day, aren't you? So is it worth me popping back later to see if you're still at it?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Possibly. Pop back later and see if we've got the lesson to do now.
Yeah, well, I'll have to listen to replay.
There's the text, so
yeah, so I'll have to listen to replay. I do have had the nudge that I should be joining you every day. So once I've stopped manifesting other things that get in the way, there are a few things that are unmovable. So like the other commitments, like the thing I do with Sally on a Friday, I can't change that.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Yeah. Well, if you can join, great. And
yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, though, Jonathan. I really appreciate all of your insights, all your wisdom, sharing it, and your generosity with it all. So that's really good. It's nice to meet you, Diana.
And you, yeah. See you again.
Bye. See you a bit later. All right. Bye for now. Okay, so that brings us to the lesson, I think. So let's have a little look. Do you want to read the first paragraph?
Incredible photograph.
Yeah, that is. Well, do you know where that is?
Is it Chicago?
No. Well, where's that? Look at the lights.
Yeah, I am.
What is that? That's New York. That's the Twin Towers. That's where the Twin Towers were.
It's a laser.
Yeah, so it's like a laser where those two buildings were. They've got the laser lights.
Did you go up? Were you ever on the World Trade Center? Did you ever go there?
No, I've never been to New York. No.
I did.
Did you? Really?
Yeah, I was in one of the towers, and in 1991, I actually sailed into New York on the Q2. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it was very, very spectacular under the Verrazzano Bridge, and then just this picture postcard sunrise. I was so fortunate. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was traveling steerage like 5 floors down beside the propellers. Oh, it was anyway. The landing was worth the journey.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay.
So it's impossible to see two worlds. I chose the picture because it's like, well, this is the world. This is the one world is the world of what that Twin Towers symbolized.
Yeah.
And the other one is the spirit, and there's the light kind of going into. It's like the picture kind of has this transcendent dimension, doesn't it, as well? So
that's amazing. I've never seen that picture before.
Yeah. So I try and find pictures that are just interesting.
Yes, fabulous. Right.
So it's impossible to see two worlds is the lesson.
Okay.
Perception is consistent.
Perception is consistent. What you see reflects your thinking, and your thinking but reflects your choice of what you want to see. Your values are determiners of this. For what you value, you must want to see, believing what you see is really there. No one can see a world his mind has not accorded value, and no one can fail to look upon what he believes he wants.
Okay, so any thoughts on that? Maybe I don't think this will need a lot of translation, but I'm going to just...
That's what we said last night, and then
that text was tricky though. What was the third paragraph? That was it.
Yeah. And then he
took us about half an hour to do the one paragraph.
I know. Then he simpled it out in the third paragraph. Yeah.
Oh, but I think in the translation, I mean, it's a lot of learning because you got to really understand what's being said, haven't you?
Yeah.
To translate it into another language, it's like another level of understanding.
It's funny. I can see where my where all this practice is benefiting. Yesterday, I had to write a statement on my CV, and I was doing it like. Like
a translation.
Now, yeah. Translating my own work into something else.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so it's impossible to see two worlds. Does that need any translation, or are we happy with it?
Very happy with that.
Maybe values are determiners. No one can fail to look upon what he believes he wants. There was one thing I saw. Fix your choice with what, but reflect.
Your thinking reflects your choice of what you want to see.
Your thinking reflects. Your thinking only reflects or just reflects? And your thinking only reflects your choice of what you want to see.
Only
reflects, yeah. Okay. So any thoughts on that paragraph?
Well, it's always my choice, isn't it? What I want to see.
Yeah.
There were people next door to my studio, and I started feeling quite critical of their what they were talking about. And I thought, hang on, you can change this. It's good to have their lively voices next door. It's companionable. And then it all became just fine. They're just doing their thing, as was I. And this training for me is very important to be more humble for me.
Your thinking reflects your choice. That's what he's saying. What you see reflects your thinking. Maybe what you perceive. I think what you perceive should make it. So what you perceive reflects your thinking. Perception. Perception is at the top of the pile. Let's just show you this instrument of peace diagram. We're dealing with it here. There. Perception is a reflection of thinking, beliefs, and thought underlie desire. So if it's ego, it's a desire to be separate self. Then there's a belief, then there's a thought, then there's emotion, then there's a perception. So the perception reflects the thinking that underlies it. What's driving the perception is an underlying thought system, a belief and a thought, and then an emotion.
Yeah.
That drives this. And our job is to start with perception. Okay, well, if I perceive, then that's a reflection of my thinking. My thinking only reflects your choice of what you want to see. So this diagram actually demonstrates this perfectly, doesn't it? Your perception is a reflection of your thinking, right? So there's thought underlying perception. And what you want to perceive, reflects your choice of what you want to see. Your thinking only reflects your choice of what you want to see. So your thinking, your thought reflects the choice, right? That's at this domain. This is choice. This is what do you desire? What do you want? What are you choosing? Creates thought, creates perception. So this diagram is given to David Hoffmeister by Yeshua to say this is how it works. This is how this mind operation program works that I'm training you. And now we see it very clearly in this lesson because he's just given us two levels here, hasn't he, in words. Perception reflects your thinking. So there we go. And then underneath thought lies the choice, which is really you choose what you want to see. So at the core of it is the desire of your heart. What do I actually want? I want to be a separate self, so therefore I think in certain ways, then I perceive in certain ways. And the miracle happens here when you change that desire. You say, no, I don't want to be a separate self. I want to be one. Now my beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and perceptions must change. So I take it all the way back from perception down into the desire. I recognize what my desire behind it was. In this case with Yad, it was to be safe and avoid pain, anger, and frustration, and then change the desire. No, actually what I want is peace. What I want is peace and harmony and an invulnerable safety that comes from my true self. Then my belief, thought, emotion, perception of this particular situation must change. I must turn it all around. And this is what the miracle is doing. Okay. So anything else need to change here? The values are determiners of this. What you value must want to see. Believing what you see is really there.
For what you value, you must want to perceive, or what you value, you must want to see.
Yeah, I think we'll change it to perceive.
And then it's consistent.
Yeah. Believing what you perceive is really there. So because we've desired separation, we've created a thought system based on that, then we've projected it out. Now we have this perception projection mechanism going on where we are perceiving what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a separate world, we wanted to see separation, and so we invented it. And now we're in a perception of separation. But now to reverse that process, we must go, no, actually what I'm perceiving and the thoughts and the emotions and the beliefs underneath it is false, because it came from a false desire for separation. And so I changed my mind. I want only oneness. The truth, my true self, who I really am, the thoughts of love and peace and joy, the emotions, the higher states, then change my perception of this apparently external world that I've invented. Although its external perception continues, I still see apparently external forms. I no longer believe in them. I no longer really perceive the separation. I see the oneness. I perceive the oneness that underlies it.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing with this whole mind training correction process. Okay. Meaning what you perceive is really there. So no one can see, no one can perceive a world his mind is not accorded value.
Has not given value to?
Yeah. Is not valued, how about?
Yeah.
Is not valued. So we perceive this world because we valued it, because we valued separation. We set up this whole dynamic of projection perception because that's what we wanted and that's what we valued. And now our task is to undo it from within the construct. No one can fail to look upon what he believes he wants. So if you believe you want, in fact, you're almost like looking at this perfect that we got this diagram because right here he's just verbally given us the diagram, hasn't he? He's taken us through these levels. No one can fail to look upon what he believes he wants. Well, at the core of this is the desire. What do you desire? So you desire separation, then that is going to influence your belief, thought, emotion, and your perception. And you will perceive outside of you what you desire to see through this whole mechanism. And then you go, that's reality, but it's actually based on your desire for a separate self that you now are perceiving an external reality. Okay, so happy with that? Any thoughts on, you want to give a little summary of number one?
My thinking, there is a consistency to this. And if I consistently think, if I persistently choose happiness, then I will see happiness in the world out there, that everything I perceive is really a happy state. Because my mind has valued that state. I've made that choice. And it's therefore impossible for me to see discord, harmony, war out there. So
even though it's happening on the level of form,
yeah,
you don't, it doesn't really affect you.
No,
your
and
perception is like, well, that's not real. So why am the emotions, thoughts, beliefs? I'm in peace. So I can look upon a war or whatever apparent conflict on the level of form, and I'm not really disturbed by it because I recognize it's unreal. So the form continues. A lot of people get confused with this. Oh, well, the world's still as it was. Nothing's really changed. So that just doesn't really work. There's still a war in the Ukraine, or I've still got this issue in my life, or whatever. On the level of form, it hasn't changed, but the how you perceive it can change massively, can change radically in an instant, and that's the miracle. That's what he's training us to do. So I perceive it completely differently. Now I'm having a happy dream rather than a miserable one. Well, that's a radical transformation, and nothing's happened on the level of form. I've just shifted my perception. So that's what this is all about. No one can fail to look upon what he wants, so what he believes he wants. So as long as we still have the desire for this, we will continue to perceive it. This will continue, this whole construct. So that's why he's saying, let it go. The last two lessons, just this world holds nothing that I want, because if you don't undo your desire for it, then it continues. You will still continue to see a separate world, because underneath it you still actually desire separation. So it's going to the very core and saying, no, I don't want separation in any way, shape, or form. I don't want perception. Why would I want perception when I can have pure formless awareness? I don't want it. I recognize that the flawed nature of this whole apparent reality the ego's invented, and I'm done with it. I'm willing to let it all go.
Okay.
Okay, happy with number 1?
Yep, wonderful.
Number 2?
Yet who can really hate and love at once? Who can desire what he does not want to have who can desire what he does not want to have reality? Who can desire what he does not
Yeah,
have
maybe
reality?
put a translation here. Who can desire what he does not want to have reality? It means who can desire what he does not want to have reality?
In order to have reality.
Yeah, who can desire what he does not want to have reality, to be real, maybe, instead of to have reality, to be real, maybe.
That's good.
Who can desire what he does not want to be real? Or does that clarify it? Who can desire what he does not want
To be real. Yes, right, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I want
Good.
this to be real. I want peace to be real.
Who can really desire what he does not want?
What he does not want. Yeah, why would you want
Why would you want that to be real? That's what he's saying. Who can desire what he does not want to be real?
I think it's a little ambiguous then.
Yeah.
Who can desire what he does not want? And thus make it real.
He's saying to have reality. He does not want to have reality, to be real. It's another way of saying that. I'm not quite sure how else we'd say it. It's a bit of a Zen koan type statement. Who can desire what he does not want to be real? And you think, but maybe that's good. I think part of the reason he does this, the words are like, and it's like, okay, well, you got to think about that a bit. So what am I actually meaning here? Who can desire what he does not want to be real? To have reality is another way of saying that, to be real. Can you really desire? So another way of saying is, can you really desire what you do not want to have reality or to be real?
Yeah, in this instance, the words are really getting in the way. I get the idea.
Can you really desire
What you do not want.
what you do not want to be real? Does that make it any better? I'm not sure.
Let's just go on with the next sentence, and maybe I'm staring at it too much. Yeah.
Okay.
And who can choose to see a world of which he is afraid? Fear must make blind, for this its weapon is. That which you fear to see, you cannot see.
This is its weapon. And which you fear to see, you cannot see.
Is this perception?
No, that's that which you fear to
Perceive.
You fear to perceive.
Thank you.
You cannot. And then I think this needs a bit of translation. You cannot perceive. You cannot perceive truly, I think he means. What do you think in the context? Because then he goes on, love and perception thus go hand in hand.
Is he saying that you fear to see the love?
That which you fear to see, you cannot see. That which you fear to see, you cannot see. Love and perception thus go hand in hand, but fear obscures in darkness what is there.
Love is always there.
Yeah.
The fear must
That
make
which
blind.
you fear to perceive, you cannot perceive. So maybe perceive isn't the right word here. That which you fear to see, that which you fear to know.
Very good.
No. What do you think? No, maybe? If he's referring to the love, but you can fear to see something on the level of form, like perception, and then you have a fearful perception. So you're seeing it, but it's fearful. I think he's referring here to this, to love beyond fear. What you fear to see, you cannot see. So what you fear to know, you cannot.
You cannot know. You fear to see. You fear to see. Therefore, that's ego's weapon to make you blind.
Yeah.
Love's existence.
Yeah. Love and true perception, let's go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Fear obscures in darkness, because that just perception. Love has nothing to do with perception, right? So with general perception based on the separation, love didn't make up perception. That's the ego. But love and true perception go hand in hand. So I think that needs clarification, because love is the perception that's reinterpreted by the spirit. But fear obscures in darkness what is there, which is love. Okay, so do you want to read it from the top? Well, let's just see how that sentence reads now in the context of what you've done.
Yet, who can really hate and love at once? Can you really desire what you do not want to be real? And who can choose to see a world of which he is afraid? Fear must make blind, for this is its weapon. For this is its weapon. Would it be better in 3? Who chooses to see a world of which he is afraid?
Oh, there's Sally returning. She just did a client. Yeah. And who chooses? Who can choose? Who can choose? Can you? Who chooses? Who can choose? No, I think let's keep can. You can choose to see a world. He's saying this isn't really possible. You can't really do this, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Trying to highlight the impossibility. Hi, Sally. Welcome back. I'm still going. Marianne has joined us. So next shift.
And who can choose to see a world of which he is afraid? Fear must make blind, for this is its weapon. That which you fear to know, you cannot know. Love and true perception thus go hand in hand, but fear obscures in darkness what is there. Nice rhythm.
Yeah, I think like reading it in context, he's got the who's going on, and then we break it with can you really desire. So I think we should keep it as who can.
Oh yeah.
Who can really desire what he does not want to have reality. And I think we'll just leave it at that, because I'm not sure how else we can say that. Does not want to be real. And it's a bit of a Zen kind. So if you say that, Sally, who can desire what he does not want to be real? Does that make sense to you?
Who can really desire what he does not want to be real? Yeah.
You understand what he's saying there?
Yeah. Doesn't really flow for me, but yeah, I can understand.
Who can desire what he does not want, and almost a pause, to have reality, to be real? So how can you really desire what you don't want to be real? But there's another sense of it, isn't it? What he doesn't want to be real, kind of, because it leads straight into the doesn't want to be real, it can be a bit confusing. Well, leave it. It's a Zen koan. People can ponder it. It's like good poetry. You don't always explain it. It's like there's a okay, ponder that and think about it. You can desire what he does not. You can desire. Do we need really? Who can desire what he does not want to be real?
Well,
instead of have reality.
Let's leave it close to his words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to be real instead of to have reality.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to give a little summary of that, Iona? That paragraph for Sally's benefit.
Who can really hate and love at once? It's one or the other. He's pointing to the madness of duality. Who can A desire what he does not want to be real. That's just skewed thinking. And why would you choose a world which you're afraid of? But he understands, he's saying that fear does make us blind, and this is a weapon of belief in separation. And if I have fear about love and light, you cannot know love and light because of the fear. Is that correct? Is that what he's saying there? That which you fear to know, you cannot know.
Yeah, I think he's referring there to love.
Yeah.
Love, because that the next sentence is love and perception, and it's love and true perception. Because love and perception was invented by the ego, but love and true perception, reinterpreted perception, go hand in hand. The fear obscures in darkness what is there, so it obscures the.
Yes,
it's like darkness may be limited awareness. I think we missed that.
Yeah, true. We haven't had limited awareness for a wee while.
No, we haven't.
It's like a big blanket over you, isn't it? That blocks out the light.
Yeah. And that's its only purpose. Fear is designed to block out the awareness of truth and keep you in limited awareness. And if you fear to know love, then you cannot know it.
Yeah.
You have to start dropping the fear.
Yeah.
And opening up to this other experience, going into the unknown. So the fear, the ego tells you, this known world is safe. This is safe. This is secure. This is what's going to keep you safe. So stick there, and whatever you do, don't go outside of it. Hero's journey, but.
It's wonderful, this hero's journey, because I'm just having very quick thoughts about my brother and sister who have chosen different paths from me, but actually I can see that they're making their own hero's journey. Yeah, suddenly saw that. Yeah, it's all good.
Good. No, everyone's on it, even if they're not consciously on it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something unfolding, and it's just whether they're actually going to they're gonna really acknowledge it, or a lot of people just resist. So the call to adventure, they just get stuck in the known, and they don't want to progress. They're not ready to accept the call to really go into it. So when you say yes, okay, I'm up for this consciously, willingly, I'm going to go into. Well, it might be difficult. There are going to be challenges and temptations. I understand that, but what else can I do? I can't stay in the known because the known has become too uncomfortable.
Yeah.
No, it's no longer, it's no longer serving me. Not that it ever did, but if things are kind of going all right, you can sort of go, oh well, actually life's all right, and the known world, it's maybe a bit humdrum, but it's okay. When it gets kind of acute and it's unbearable, that you have to do something, that's when the hero's journey starts generally. Okay, so happy with number 2. We move on to number 3. Let's ask Sally to read that.
Yeah.
So number 3.
What then can fear project upon the world? What can be seen in darkness that is real? Truth is eclipsed by fear. What remains is but imagined. Yet what can be real in blind imaginings of panic born? What would you want that this is shown to you? What would you wish to keep in such a dream? Can I read it again? Didn't flow for me.
Yeah.
What then can fear project upon the world? Yeah. What can be seen in darkness that is real? Yeah. Truth is eclipsed by fear.
What so translate as we go, shall we?
Okay, yeah. No, so done. What can
be seen in limited awareness that is real?
Truth is eclipsed by fear, and what remains is but imagined. Yeah. Is only imagined. Yet what can be real in blind imaginings of panic born? What can be real in blind imaginings born of panic? Okay.
Well, the whole so this points us quite nicely into the diagram. Where are we? Let's find another one. Into this descent into hell diagram. Where are we? Let's go down, page down into this one. There we go. Course manual. So this blind imaginings of panic born is a reference to what happened in that initial instant of separation, the Big Bang projection of guilt and fear outwards to miscreate the physical universe. That's what he means. Blind imaginings of panic born. So we really thought we'd pulled this off, that we had actually separated from eternal love, and we'd done this terrible thing. This horrifying guilt and sin arises in our mind. The fear of punishment arises as a consequence of that, and then we project that all out. And we go, "Oh my God, you're going to be punished by God." The ego tells you to run away, and then it splurges it all out in one projection we call the Big Bang. And now you've gone out of your mind, and you've created some kind of external reality that's outside of mind. And this is the blind imagining of panic born. We panicked when we thought we'd really destroyed love. And the guilt and the overwhelming sin and fear arose in the mind. This is the blind imagining of panic born that he's talking about, which is the entire cosmos, is a blind imagining born of panic. It kind of puts a different perspective on the world and the universe, doesn't it? A blind imagining born of panic, and so it's laced with fear and guilt and attack thoughts, because that was the energy that miscreated it. And that's entrenched into the whole dream.
So we have a kind of inward panic that makes us push out the stuff that we don't accept about ourselves, and then it comes into this mirage, this illusion that we're living in. So like a big bang inside of us, in our creating a crazy world.
Yeah. So this process, we did it once. And now what we continue to do, now we think we're human, living in this projection of our own fantasy, is we keep doing this. We keep projecting out. That's because that's the mechanism of the ego. So instead of taking it back and saying, well, actually, this is just my belief, and actually the belief is false, we feel the fear, and then we try and project that outwards. Blind imagining is a panic born. And so then we do this projection mechanism of the ego, and we try and project it out, and that shows up as accusation and blame and attack of other people, because that's what the ego is telling us will save us. But it's completely delusional. None of this is going to save us. This universe is not going to save us. This universe is a departure from the presence that you truly are that will save you. So we simply have to recognize that this is what fear is. It's a blind imagining born of panic, and it's not something we want to hold on to at all. It's something we need to let go of as soon as possible.
So that form that we were doing earlier, the levels of the mind with Yad, that is reversing the projection out. So that's like reversing the Big Bang within us and pulling all the parts back in that are the truth, and letting go of the illusion. Yeah,
so exactly, this diagram is representative of the blind imagining of panic born. It's what happens when you split your mind. So you now have the levels of the mind. You have the fundamental desire for separation at the core of it, because that was the ego's, that was what gave birth to the ego. The desire for a separate self, for a separate experience. And then you have belief, and now thought and emotion, and then perception. And this all seems to be happening on levels of the mind, seemingly different, fragmented. And you now have perception of an external world at the top of that, which is part of the blind imagining. And now you've got to take it all back into the mind and say, okay, well, let's go through all of this, recognize the falsity of all of this. These are just false layers based on a false desire. Take it all back to that desire, which you recognize is a desire for separation, the desire for separate self. Me to be safe and avoid pain, anger, and frustration, that's a desire of a separate self. It's feeling quite threatened and vulnerable and fearful. And so now you turn it around and say, no, actually, I don't want to be safe and avoid pain, anger, and frustration. I don't need to defend myself because I'm eternally at peace. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the spirit, which doesn't need any defense. Pain, anger, and frustration are impossible. I am safe just because of who I am. My fundamental beingness is completely safe. It's eternal. It's invulnerable. And so I don't need to try and be safe and avoid pain, anger, and frustration in an illusion. I simply need to rest in my true being. And now I have a different belief, and a different thought, and a different emotion or state of mind, and a different perception of the situation based on my desire now for the truth of who I am. And that's how the miracle works, to turn around the whole mad projection outwards, take it back into the mind, correct your perception and your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, until finally you go, well, there's really no need for any of this. Once I've used it for what it's for, which is healing, if my true desire is only for God, for perfect oneness, then all of this will disappear eventually. Hence, Gary Renard, the disappearance of the universe. All of it will simply disappear when it's not useful anymore. It's useful construct to train your mind to return it to oneness. But once you're back in pure formless awareness of perfect love, perfect oneness, there's no need for it anymore. And so you leave it behind.
Wow, I've just seen that a new way. Yeah, thank you.
So it's quite a profound diagram. It's given to David, and David is an amazing teacher, and he's communicating with Yeshua. So he gave him this diagram to try and explain in diagrammatic form how this process works in the course in a visual form, and then levels of mind, the actual process that goes with the diagram, which then helps you to actually work through these levels and take it back into the desire or prayer of the heart, which is where the miracle happens. So yeah, it's all divinely inspired, and it's very grateful to have the resources, and they give it freely. It's available on their website. So they would be like, great, you're using it to, using the tool to help people. That's the whole point.
Wow.
Yeah, I must get hold of the kind of interactive edition of that, so I can just plop in the words and it works it out for you.
Yeah, well, I've got it. I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was doing it on a piece of paper and kept rubbing it out and rewriting it, rubbing it out. It was only this morning where a penny dropped. Oh, I actually
exactly. It's an interactive thing. So
so cool.
There we go. I'll send it to the whole group actually. So let's put it on the chat.
It's funny how you have these materials and they don't necessarily get used at the time, and then you revisit them and then go,
yeah. There's a depth to them. So there it is. I just sent it to you on WhatsApp, and
thank you.
I'll post it in the group as well afterwards in the Telegram group.
Thank you.
But yeah, really useful. So it's another kind of industrial strength process. There's a 10-step process you've got, and this is another one that's a little bit easier because a lot of the work's done for you. You really have to just fill in the few bits in the front, and then it does the rest for you. Populates the worksheet, and then you just read through it and just do it as a healing process, to go through it and go, okay, so actually what is this saying? It's spelling it out for you, so that your ego can't get confused. By spelling it out in this way, you go, okay, so this is actually the process. This is what's happening in my mind. It makes it all real. It reveals it all, and then at the end of it, there's a letting go, because you've seen the falsity of it. And you go, once you see the falsity of the ego, then there's a natural letting go, isn't there? How can you believe it anymore? So it needs to be revealed, brought into the light, and then the letting go tends to happen automatically. As I said in this my little writing for today, we go back to the step one is the awareness. Train your mind to become increasingly aware of the ego, of any fear. Step two, choose to let go of any negative thoughts and emotions. So choose to let go of it, but you can only choose to let go of it when you become aware of it. So that's the two-step process that really is at the foundation of all the letting go. So let's just close that. Right. So let's go back into the lesson. Fear project upon the world. What can be seen in limited awareness that is real? Truth is eclipsed by fear. What remains is only imagined. What can be real and blind imaginings born of panic? What would you want that this is shown to you? What would you wish to keep in such a dream? So just a series of questions, a paragraph where it's just asking questions. Do you really want this? Do you really want the blind imaginings born of panic? What would you want that this is shown to you? What do you want? Would you want? What do you want? Do you want that this is shown to you? What must you want? How about that? What must you want to cause this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
What must you want to cause this to be shown? Yeah.
What would you wish to keep in such a dream? What do you wish to keep? What would you? What do you wish to keep in such a dream? So these questions are asking us to really question this whole thought system. Bring it into awareness so that we can then let it go. Okay?
Yeah.
So you want to give a little summary of that, Sally? Number 3, what's he saying?
That you project your belief systems and your thoughts out when you don't want to own it, and that's all you get to see, and you get to choose if to keep it in the dream or not.
Do you want fear? Do you want the blind imaginings born of panic? Or are you willing to let these go and see beyond it?
Yeah, and that ties in so well with that worksheet, doesn't it? PDF.
Yeah, well, it was given, it was an inspired process to help. Yes, was like, well, I'll give you some some tools to help you teach this and help people to actually use and apply these teachings. And we were saying in the beginning here, if you look at the diagram, this is a description of that diagram right here, number 1. You missed number 1. So perception is, do you want to read it?
Perception is consistent. What you perceive reflects your thinking, and your thinking only reflects your choice of what you want to see. Your values are determiners of this, and what you value you must want to perceive. Believing that you perceive what you perceive is really here. No one can perceive a world his mind has not valued, and no one can fail to look upon what he believes he wants.
So right there, first couple of sentences, what you perceive reflects your thinking.
Yeah.
So go to the diagram, levels of mind diagram, which is another one, instrument for peace. There we go. So you got the perception at the top. So what you perceive reflects your thinking. Okay, thought underlies the perception, and what your thinking reflects what you desire. So right there in that paragraph, he's given us the outline of the levels of mind diagram, hasn't he? So it dovetails really nicely with this text, this lesson with the diagram, and it's interesting that we should pull up the diagram. That's how it works, because I had no intention of pulling up the diagram. It just happened because Yad was mentioning it. So put in diagrammatic format, this paragraph would look like this: perception, emotion, thought, belief, the layers of it going to the core. What do you desire? What do you really want? And that creates the thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and perceptions. That's all he's saying. And that's just what the diagram represents, shows vision.
I suppose you could do that backwards as well. So you're clearing out perception. So if there's something you wanted to perceive, you could start with the desire and then create a belief, a thought, and emotion to be able to imagine or perceive what you'd like in this dream world.
Yeah, but then actually, so this is how conscious manifestation works, law of attraction, all this kind of stuff. But when you desire something in this world, you're really still saying, I want separation. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Actually, the desire of your heart is then still for the separate self. It's just a better separate self. It's a happier version of the separate self with, all these things happening in the dream that you think are going to make you happy. The miracle says, no. What you're going to do here is you're going to desire another reality, another self. So all of this is just helping you to get to the core, which is the desire or prayer of the heart. And your true desire should be for God and God only, for perfect love and nothing else. And recognizing all the trinkets and the toys of the world really are not going to bring you the true happiness that you seek. And then, now your belief, thought, emotion, perception are corrected. If you really desire only love, then you might have some pretty miraculous experiences. Your world of perception changes. You perceive differently, different things happen, you get synchronicities and miracles, and that's living an inspired life. But it's not desiring for something to happen externally so that you can think you're happier. It's you're happy already. Your desire is simply to remain rooted in your beingness, connected to your source, and then what happens on the level of perception is simply unfolding from that level, and it's an inspired life. You're not desiring anything; it just things flow, and things show up. And amazing things can show up, really amazing miracles, but it's not fueled by the ego's desire for something else. So you got to be a bit careful of that, because the ego can misuse this. Say, oh well, just desire a better reality. So desire that you want to be, if you don't have enough money, desire that you be rich, desire that you be famous, desire that and that's going to make you better. But actually, you've really changed nothing, because your desire or prayer is still to be a separate self. So you got to watch that, and that's why the previous lessons leading up to this, lesson 128, 129, were all about just letting go of all value in the world. Saying, I don't want anything in this world, because underlying that is the desire to still be a separate self. If I desire anything in this world, if I value anything in this world, I still want to be a separate self. And that puts me in this whole construct, and I'm in time and space, and really I don't want any of it. I just want God. I want pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's my only desire. And for it to be a miracle, that has to happen. You have to go, no, this is what I want. I want peace only. I want peace in the situation. It's not about the form outcome. I want to find that deeper peace, and in that your mind is healed, because you're now desiring the truth rather than the illusion. Okay, so happy with number 3. Then we were on. Happy with number 3.
Brilliant, thank you. Very helpful.
Just asking us questions, and saying, do you really want this? Is this what you really want? Do you really want to see this? Do you really want to continue in this dream? Do you really want to keep doing this, or have you had enough? And actually, is this even really possible? Can you actually really do this in reality? Can you believe in what's false and then create a false reality and continue believing in this? And these questions are pointing us to the ultimate answer. That no, you actually you can't do this.
Yeah, what struck me about that PDF was, if you work through that example that you had earlier with Yad about the lack of safety, then that can lead on not feeling safe because you haven't got enough money. And then you can try and create in the dream more money, but it still doesn't make you safe because you still got the belief you're not safe. And so it goes on, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So people who do this, and they might attain riches, but they don't feel safe still, because then they go, oh, well, someone's going to take my money. I'm going to lose my money. I've got to protect my money. And it's the same thought system of fear.
Yeah.
You're only safe when you go, no, I'm safe because I am. I am this eternal presence. I am enough as I am, without money, without any of the externals. That's true safety, because now you rest in your true identity. And then you don't need to worry about, you're like, well, money, no money, doesn't really make that much difference, because I still am. My beingness cannot be violated. I'm invulnerable. And now then, paradoxically, if you live that way, you tend to attract more abundance into your life, because you're coming from the truth of infinite abundance. And if you act that way consistently, then quite possibly abundance does show up, and certainly your needs are taken care of. In my experience, it's like, okay, I don't really need to worry, because like there's always a plan. Like what I need is going to be provided, and it always is, one way or another. Never exactly know how, but that's part of the lesson, to trust. So whatever you truly need for your journey is going to be provided, and that's living in an abundant frame of mind. It doesn't necessarily mean you have a lot of money. You have what you need.
Yeah.
Most spiritual teachers, as they advance, they actually just let go of all that. They go, I don't need the money. I'll just go and be guided, and whatever I need will be given to me. And there's people who've taken that to extreme. I was listening to David Hoffmeister the other day, and he said, he was talking about a lady called Peace Pilgrim. She called herself Peace Pilgrim, and she just walked around the United States for 30 years, just her, on her own, like just a walking stick and her clothes, no money, no cell phone. It's just like, and that's how she lived for 30 years. Now that's living in abundance, isn't it? It's like, okay, well, I just trust that every day I'll be provided for. And she was, so food came, she met people, she slept sometimes she slept under the stars, sometimes she slept with other people. It was like, well, whatever. She just totally trusted. So that's, although she had nothing, she actually lived quite an abundant life. And then he contrasted with someone like Marilyn Monroe, who was in the same era in the 50s. In 1953, Marilyn Monroe was a movie star and going on this whole egoic track. And this lady gave it all up and started walking around the United States, just spreading peace. And the contrast in those choices. Then she, Marilyn committed suicide. So she had everything the ego could give her, and yet she was totally miserable. Peace Pilgrim has nothing, and yet she's blissfully, happily walking around the United States, with nothing, just spreading the truth. So such, contrasting experiences of life based on a different choice. The Peace Pilgrim was, I'm okay as I am. I don't need anything. I am enough. Marilyn was like, it doesn't matter how much I have on the level of form, I'm not enough. And so I'll never feel like I'm enough. And eventually that killed her. She just couldn't stand it, and she committed suicide. And it's just a mindset. So yeah, we can learn from these experiences of other people. All right, so number 4, is it Iona, I think? Fear has made everything you think you see.
Fear has made everything you think you see. All separation, all distinctions, and the multitude of differences you believe make up the world. They are not there. Love's enemy has made them up. Yet love can have no enemy, and so they have no cause, no being, and no consequence. They can be valued, but remain unreal. They can be sought, but they cannot be found. Today we will not seek for them, nor waste this day in seeking what cannot be found.
Okay, let's read it again. Any translation necessary?
Just this cannot to be put together.
Yeah, I don't know why they do it. It's a bit archaic, isn't it? Cannot. Anything else? Fear, you want to read it again? See if,
Fear has made everything you think you see. All separation, all distinctions, and the multitude of differences you believe make up the world. Straightforward. They are not there. Love's enemy has made them up. Yet love can have no enemy, and so they have no cause, no being, and no consequence. They can be valued, but remain unreal, because they are not of pure formless awareness. They can be sought, they can be looked for, but they cannot be found. Sought is
okay, I think.
okay.
Sought.
Today we will not seek for them, nor waste this day in seeking what cannot be found.
Sought, we could change that to desired. Can be sought. Then he uses seek, sought and seek.
Oh yeah.
They can be sought, but today we will not seek for them, nor waste this day in seeking what cannot be found.
And desiring and seeking and sorting.
Yeah, they can be seeked. Yeah, so sought is the right tense there. They can be sought, but they cannot be found. Yeah, I think that's okay.
I do.
You can change it to desired, but I'm not sure that adds anything to it. Sought. Today we will not seek for them. Waste this day in seeking what cannot be found. So again, yeah, it's quite helpful. All separation, all distinctions, the multitude of differences you believe make up the world, all of that's fear. So we live in a projection of fear.
Yeah.
And we wonder why we feel a bit fearful and insecure. It's like, well, it's that belief projected out. And so no wonder we feel fearful. We're living in the projection of fear.
Yeah.
And yet we can change our mind. So you don't have to believe it, because it's just a belief ultimately that's driving it. So you can change your mind no matter what's being shown to you. You know, even if you're being crucified, as Yeshua demonstrated, you don't have to fear. You don't. He didn't fear. I think he had a final, you know, in the garden when he's just praying. It was like he's praying. He knows what's happening. He knows what's coming. And I think he was just letting go. It was like, okay, I'm just going to let go. I'm going to completely let go. There's no fear. I'm just going to go with this. I'm going to completely surrender myself to this process that's about to unfold, without fear, without resistance. I mean, he's just letting go of that final bit of ego resistance.
Yeah.
So I mean, I just like, I'm in awe, really. I just go, this guy is just a superhero. Imagine that. So you're sitting in the garden, you know they're coming for you. You know what's going to happen. And you could run away. You could easily just go, okay, you know, I've got some time here. Let's take my disciples. We'll scarper into the hills. We'll get out of Jerusalem. We'll run for cover. And, you know, I'll be okay. Because if I leave Jerusalem, I'll be all right. They won't find me. And he goes, no, I'll sit and I'll face it. I'll take this. And I'll do this for everyone. Because this is a master teaching for the world. I will go through this experience so that you know, everyone throughout history can learn from this experience. So when they say, you know, he died for your sins, he didn't really. It wasn't sacrifice. He was giving us a lesson so that we could learn. Everyone could learn from his teaching through the crucifixion, and it made his teaching come into a teaching that would spread throughout the world because of what he did. If he hadn't done that, it would have died with him. The crucifixion and resurrection was what made it into a world teaching.
So when it says, the Bible says he died for your sins, it's really a terrible indictment, isn't it? It's, my God, how to make a world guilty, because we're already guilty, carrying huge amounts of subconscious guilt anyway from the belief in separation. So he died for the sin, for the sin of believing we're separate, for showing us that it is just a belief. We can let it go. Yeah,
he died and resurrected to show us that this whole ego construct is not true and not real, and that beyond it there is, you know, the eternal presence of spirit, eternal life, and he demonstrated so clearly, so that everyone could then believe and say, yeah, this is possible, this is true, this is real, this is possible, and I too can do it. So he didn't die for your sins. He died to show you that there is no sin.
Yeah.
And that even in the extreme situation of the crucifixion, which is really the ego's projection of guilt and sin and fear into that whole drama that played out, even in that situation, it's not real. Fear is not real. The thought system isn't real. So he's been crucified and he goes, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." That's a reference to the truth, to say actually these people are just totally confused. They've lost the plot. They don't know what they're doing, and yet they're not judged or condemned, even though they're confused. So it's a thought system of unconditional love coming into the dream of fear and guilt and hatred to transcend it, to show that there is another way, even in that extreme situation. So then what's your excuse? If Yeshua can do it when he's been crucified, surely you can do it with whatever the situation is, your spare room or your landlord or, whatever's showing up. Surely you can do it if he can do it in that extreme situation. That's part of the lesson, isn't it? Because it's unlikely any of us will have to go through an experience like that, fortunately.
Even if yeah, I can stay up till midnight.
Yeah, you can stay up till midnight. If Yeshua can do that, staying up till midnight's not really a big deal, is it? So it just puts it all in context. It's like, he went to the ultimate. He took it. He was like, okay, I'm going to take this all the way.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to hold back. If it means I've got to be crucified, then, if that's what needs to happen for the teaching purposes. It's not like God is punishing it. That's a total misinterpretation. That's what needed to happen to demonstrate the Holy Spirit as an alternative to the ego and the transcendent power of of his message. That was necessary for the demonstration. So he did it because that was what was necessary. And that's surrendering to the will of God, isn't it? Okay, so Iona, comments, questions on that? You want to give a little summary of that?
Well, it strikes me the tragedy of living in this fearful place with all the separation, distinctions, and differences I believe made up the world that are not there, and the enemy of love made them up. However, the good news is that all these differences and distinctions have no cause, no being, no consequence. But it's the value I put to them, isn't it? But still, even if I value them, they are unreal.
They cannot really be found. So this explains the really unsatisfying nature of the ego. It's like, so even when you think you've done it, you've achieved, your goal, whatever that was on the level of form, it doesn't really satisfy you because it can't really be found.
Yeah.
It's an unreal. It's an unreality that you found. So that unreality then marks the ego, and you just can never find satisfaction. It's the with Rolling Stones, I can't get no satisfaction, and I try, and I try, and I try.
Keep trying.
I mean, that's the human condition, isn't it? I don't. It doesn't matter what I try within the ego's thought system. I can't get satisfaction. And this is what the Buddha noticed. He said, "You're never going to find it. It's the nature of the ego mind is this continuous dissatisfaction." Because it's continuously seeking for what is unreal, and it can't find fulfillment in it. It's never going to find divine love there. So it can't really ever find anything. So just stop the seeking, stop the desiring for what really is never going to work and actually can't be found. Now you're on the right track.
Right.
No waste this day in seeking for what cannot be found. So a restatement of the previous lessons. This world holds nothing that I want. Beyond this world, there is a world I want. Just saying the same thing again in this lesson. And he does go through these themes. We're in a theme now of major letting go of all desire and attachment to this world in these recent lessons. And this sort of continues in that vein. Okay, happy with that. Moving on to number 5 then, Sally. So let's just copy this. Quite a short one. It is impossible to see two worlds.
It is impossible to see two worlds which have no overlap of any kind. Seek for the one, the other disappears, but one remains. They are the range of choice between which your decision cannot go. The real and the unreal are all there are to choose between, and nothing more than these. Thank heavens for that. It gets rid of all the clutter of life.
Yeah. And it's just to train our minds to see that it's a very simple choice in each instance, because it gets confused and confusing, and the ego doesn't want us to see. Okay, it's impossible to see. So we change see to perceive, I think. It's impossible to see two worlds. Possible to perceive two worlds which have no overlap of any kind. Seek for the one, the other disappears. One remains. So even if it's an illusion that you're valuing, one remains. So what he's pointing to here is the truth always remains. One remains. How the range of choice. Okay, so once you've made this choice, you seek for the one, the other disappears, but one remains. So then you're left with, that what you chose, because the others disappeared. And so then you think, if you believe in the ego, you think that there's no love, because only separation is real for you. And they are the range of choice beyond which your decision cannot go. The real and the unreal, all they are to choose between, and nothing more than these. So I'm just spelling it out, making it very clear. Look, there's no ambiguity here. There's these opposite realities. It's one or the other, and you need to choose. And the art of this, the art of letting go, is knowing, being aware of what's what. Because as Yad was saying, it can get a bit confusing. What is spirit, what is ego? Okay, well, this is the training. So yes, I'm seeing what is ego, and I'm seeing what is the spirit. And I'm able to identify them, and then the choice becomes obvious. Well, I'm going to let go of the ego because it's not serving me.
In some ways, it's very simple, and otherwise, it's very complicated.
Yeah, I think that the concept is very simple. It's a very simple idea. It's a very simple concept. It's truth or illusion. You make your choice and you live by that. But the application of it is not, because you don't know what truth and illusion is anymore. You've got them muddled up. The ego's come in, and it's so permeated your thought system that you think it's the truth, and you think the truth is nowhere. You've forgotten that, and so now the awakening is like, okay, I've got to discern what is truth and what is illusion. I need to know what that is, and then I can start to make the right choices. If I'm confused, then I'm going to continue making inappropriate choices. So this course is training you to be able to discern what is truth and what is illusion, what's coming from the ego, what's coming from the Holy Spirit. And that's why it goes into such detail about the ego's thought system and how it works and the dynamics of the ego. And we've got so many lessons, because what's what in the zoo? How do you know? Unless you've had a master instructing you and training you to see it correctly. And then with accurate perception, we can make accurate choices. Okay, so it's impossible to perceive two worlds. That's fairly clear. There's no overlap. It's a matter of choosing one and then relinquishing the other. The thing with the spirit is, it doesn't matter how much you choose the ego, it's always going to be there. You can't undo it. That still small voice is always going to be there, no matter how much you try and deny it. Which indicates that it's true and real. If you can't undo it, then it must be reality. Okay, where's Iona? Iona, is she busy in the kitchen? Do you want to read, or are you busy chopping vegetables?
Okay, today we will attempt no compromise for none is possible. The world you see is proof you have already made a choice as all-embracing as its opposite. What we would learn today is more than just a lesson that you cannot see two worlds. It also teaches that the one you see is quite consistent from the point of view from which you see it. It is all a piece because it stems from one emotion and reflects its source in everything you see.
Okay.
So,
Translation.
yeah. Today we will make no compromise, attempt no compromise. Where none is possible, we will not compromise. Fine, it's fine.
Attempt no compromise, it's okay. We will not try to compromise. We could say we will not attempt. We'll not attempt to compromise. No, but then it changes that. We will not attempt to compromise.
Where no compromise is possible.
I think we'll just leave it. Today Today we will attempt no compromise where none is possible.
The world you see is proof you have already made a choice as all-embracing as its opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at what we've done. My goodness, talk about separation. You believe in separation, well, you would create a world like this, wouldn't you? Where everything seems to be separate. Living in separate bodies, separate forms, seem to be separate people, separate identities. Everything's separate, and this is the all-encompassing choice we've made for separation.
What we would learn today is more than just a lesson that you cannot see two worlds. So it's more than this lesson, what we want to learn. Perceive. What we want to learn today is more than just a lesson that you cannot perceive two worlds. It also teaches that the one you perceive is quite consistent from the point of view from which you perceive it.
So if you believe in separation, that's the point of view, and it's consistent with that. You'll see a world of separation because you believe in separation.
It is all a piece. I would say it is all of a piece.
I would say fragmented would be better, don't you think? All a piece. It is all fragmented.
It is all fragmented because it stems from one emotion and reflects its source in everything you see. So even if your emotion is the source from which you're seeing, it's still fragmented.
Yeah, stems from one emotion, which is fear, and reflects its source in everything you see. So its source is fear, and then you see the fragmentation, which is fear's fundamental belief. You fear because you think you're separate.
Yes.
That's how fear works.
I was just flipping it and saying, well, maybe I'm not seeing it like that. Maybe I'm seeing it from love. But this lesson is not driving at that right.
Yeah, he's asking us to look at our current perception, all fragmented. That's how we see it in the ego, because it stems from one emotion. It is all fragmented. So the one you perceive is quite consistent. Okay, so the one you perceive, the world you perceive is all fragmented. That's what he means. The one you perceive is quite consistent. It's all fragmented. Shall we leave it as it, or should we put in the world?
Put in the world, yeah, because it wasn't in the other in the previous sentence.
No, the world you perceive is all fragmented.
What about just fragmented?
Yeah. Multi-plane is fragmented because it stems from one emotion, reflects its source in everything you see.
Yeah.
And that one emotion is fear. It stems from one emotion. Reflects its source in everything you see.
Yeah, that's clear.
You put that in here. It stems from one emotion being fear, and reflects its source in everything you see. One emotion, maybe just dash, what do you think? It's a better way, best way of saying that. Being fear, one emotion, fear, and reflects its source in everything you see. Which one is better, do you think? Being fear, or and put it in the dashes?
From the one fear emotion, from the one emotion of fear.
Yeah, or maybe we can make it from the one emotion of fear, then we don't have to do dashes.
That's better.
No, I have to delete emotion somehow. The one emotion of fear. And reflects its source in everything you see.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the default perception of the ego, fear, and he's just highlighting it, saying, well, that's what you currently believe, but we're not going to stop there. The practice will help you overcome this. Okay, so number 7, 6 times a day. Read that, Sally.
6 times today, in thanks and gratitude, we gladly give 5 minutes to the thought that ends all compromise and doubt and go beyond them all as one. We will not make 1,000 meaningless distinctions, nor attempt to bring with us a little part of unreality as we devote our minds to finding only what is real. Okay.
Okay, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, nothing needs changing, does it?
Yeah.
Or unless we devote our what's mind?
Awareness.
Awareness. That's the one. We devote our awareness to finding only what is real. Mind's work though.
Yeah, I know what awareness is. So we devote our awareness, devote our minds, devote our awareness as we, how about instead of devote, how about focus?
Yeah, that's good.
Focus our awareness on finding only what is real.
Yeah.
And it's kind of practical. Devote our minds, what does that mean? Focus our awareness on finding only what is real within, as opposed to outside of us. Okay, happy with that one?
Yeah.
And so Iona again, if she's around, Iona. Rush back from the kitchen.
Good thing it's not so far away.
Yeah.
Begin your searching for the other world by asking for a strength beyond your own and recognizing what it is you seek. You do not want illusions, and you come to these 5 minutes emptying your hands of all the petty treasures of this world. You wait for God to help you, as you say, it is impossible to see but 2 worlds. Let me accept the strength God offers me and see no value in this world, that I may find my freedom and deliverance.
Okay. Is there anything God needs to change? If we're going to do Good translation. So strength.
And in the previous sentence, there's a God.
Okay. Bold. Possible to perceive two worlds. Accept the strength, pure formless awareness of perfect love offers me, and see no value, perceive no value in this world, so that I may find my freedom and deliverance. Happy with that?
I love the emptying your hands of the petty treasures of the world, of this world. Do you want to say it in a more prosaic way, or?
Emptying your hands of all the petty treasures of this world. Letting go of all the petty treasures of this world. It's part of the imagery, isn't it? Emptying your hands of all, holding these petty treasures, but letting go
of all the petty treasures of this world. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's okay, because then you still got petty treasures. That's quite nice. Empty your hands, letting go of all the petty treasures of this world. Change that to an S. Okay, so summary of that. It's pretty clear, but just summarize it. Move on.
Yep. Ask for help. Know that I can't do this on my own. Be clear about what it is I seek. I don't want illusions. I want love and clarity.
Perceive no value. And so we're going to ask for the strength to perceive no value in the world, and for this pure formless awareness of perfect love to arise in the mind to help you do that, to give you an experience of freedom and deliver you from the false belief in a separate self and a separate world. Okay, happy to move on to the next one. Sally, number 9.
I don't know if I can compete with the dog barking. Hey.
Give the dog a go.
Yeah, she can do it. She can.
Yeah.
God will be there. You have called upon the great unfailing power, which will take this giant step with you in gratitude. Nor will you fail to see his thanks expressed in tangible perception and in truth. You will not doubt that you will look upon. You will not doubt what you will look upon. Although it is perception, it is not the kind of seeing that your eyes alone have ever seen before, and you will know God's strength upheld you as you made this choice.
Wonderful.
Yeah, nice one. So let's grab this. From the source of perfect love. Will be there. Called upon the great unfailing power. She'll take this giant step with you in gratitude. When you fail to see its thanks expressed in tangible perception and in truth, do not doubt what you will look upon. Perceive, maybe. Although it is perception, it is not the kind of seeing that your eyes alone have ever seen before. As you all know, God's perfect loves, my perfect love, strength, upheld you as you made this choice.
Okay, pure formless awareness of perfect love will be there, for you have called upon the great unfailing power, which will take this giant step with you in gratitude. Nor will you fail to see its thanks expressed in tangible perception and in truth. You will not doubt what you will perceive, for though it is perception, it is not the kind of seeing that your eyes alone have ever seen before. And you will know perfect love's strength upheld you as you made this choice.
Well, nice. So a little summary of that.
So you're not seeing with your eyes, your perception is for the truth, which is pure love. And you get to choose that, which is that unfailing power. That giant step into the unfailing power. That's nice, isn't it?
Told you as you made this choice. So an invitation to take another step with this lesson. And so every day it's just baby steps. He's saying, okay, so there's another take on going into the oneness, letting go of the ego, and doing it again in using this different lesson. And the fact that he's shifting it around, so he's giving you, slightly different lessons, keeps you engaged and interested, which is important. So otherwise we get bored. If it was the same lesson every day for 365 days a year, you just get bored. Actually, it is the same lesson, it's just in a different form.
And he's also saying that you see its thanks, it's expressed in tangible perception and in truth.
Yeah.
You will be rewarded in this life.
Yeah, so you will get, a miracle on the level of form is when this change of mind starts to show up on the level of form. And you start to see synchronicities and tangible miracles showing up. And you're inviting that in. So that's part of the happy dream. It's not saying, oh, well, it's all happening internally and nothing's going to change externally. Actually, things can change quite dramatically and for the good externally. But the key thing is don't desire the external change. That's the key thing, you see. Because you go, oh, well, I need the external to change to be happy. You've set up a situation where the form is now leading the egos in charge, and you're going to be disappointed. It's just the letting go into the spirit, let that guide you, and then whatever shows up as the outcome, and you're happy anyway because you're in the spirit, and the outcome is just a bonus, kind of a confirmation. Oh yes, okay, well that's nice. It's showing me that I'm on the right track and that this really does work, and that's all good. But it's much better actually to be surprised than to be desiring something all the time and then disappointed.
Yeah.
Better way of listening. These happy surprises that the spirit brings, you can't be disappointed with because you never expected it. Oh wow, that's amazing. Thank you. And so I feel grateful, but I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
So that's how that's how this process works with the spirit and flow versus the ego and desire and attachment. So it's a very different process of manifestation that takes place. Okay, so happy to move on to the next one.
Yeah.
So let's alternatively missing some of these alternatives. So number 10, we're on. Dismiss temptation.
Dismiss temptation easily today whenever it arises, merely by remembering the limits of your choice. The unreal or the real, the false or true is what you see and only what you see. Perception is consistent with your choice, and hell or heaven comes to you as one. So just in the last sentence there, heaven and hell or heaven.
Yeah.
Translated. Victimhood or a state of pure formless awareness comes to you as one. Yeah.
Here's one. How about and will experience victimhood or the state of pure formless awareness. Or the state of pure formless awareness as your reality.
Yeah.
Accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, happy with that translation. Yep. Experience.
Let's read that whole sentence again.
Yeah.
Perception is consistent with your choice, and accordingly, you will experience victimhood or the state of pure formless awareness as your reality. Yeah.
Comes to you as one. That's what he means. It's going to be one or the other. And that, yeah, that's what it's saying. It's really saying that's the summary, isn't it? That's the key point. Unreal, true is what you perceive. Maybe we just need to change that. See is perceive.
Of course. And only what you perceive.
So again, emphasizing, perception is a result of a choice. It's how you choose to see it, and that choice is dependent on what you want. Going back to our diagram, starts with the choice. What do you want? Do you want to be separate? Do you want to be a separate self? Do you want oneness? That desire will then influence the perception. Result of a choice, which plays out through belief, thought, emotion, to perception. So you are choosing, and now he's saying, well, you can make another choice. Choose oneness instead, and collapse all of these false beliefs, thoughts, emotions as a result. And your beliefs, thoughts, emotions will change because you've made a different choice. Very, very simple, but to do it, it's tricky because the ego is like, you've now got this construct going on in your mind, and the ego's separate belief in separation seems to be the dominant thought system. It seems to be dominating your mind. So then it's to see beyond this and cut through the layers and change it. Change all of this through this the true desire or prayer of the heart, which is to be one again. And that's what the forgiveness or at-one-ment principle is about. So yeah, nice. This just remember this lesson goes nicely with the diagram, doesn't it? Lesson 30. Very good. So in the future, if we do the diagram, we can reference this lesson. So well, there it's actually explained quite well in this lesson. Okay, so happy to move on to number 11.
Yep.
Sally.
Accept a little part of hell as real, and you have damned your eyes and cursed your sight.
Sorry. Go to another page.
And what you will behold is hell indeed. Yet the release of heaven still remains within your range of choice to take the place of everything that hell would show to you. All you need say to any part of hell, whatever form it takes, is simply this: it is impossible to see two worlds. I seek my freedom and deliverance, and this is not a part of what I want.
Okay, it's a bit of translation there.
Hell, victimhood.
You've damned your eyes and cursed your sight. You will behold, what you will behold is hell indeed. So what you will perceive is is that you are a victim.
Indeed.
Is that you are a victim of a cruel world. That's victim of a cruel world. That's really hell, isn't it? I'm a victim of a cruel world. The release of
a state of pure formless awareness.
I think that's just pure formless awareness. Release of pure formless awareness still remains within your range of choice. Take the place of everything that hell would show to you. But
keeping that hell.
Victimhood would show to you.
All you need say to any part of victimhood, whatever form it takes, is simply this: it is impossible to see two worlds. I seek my freedom and deliverance. This is not a part of what I want.
Impossible to perceive two worlds. Seek my freedom and deliverance. How about I choose my freedom and deliverance?
Is deliverance quite an old-fashioned word, or is that in line with it?
Yeah, or maybe awakening. Yeah, awakening. I seek my freedom and deliverance. Deliverance into kind of like salvation, isn't it? It's the same idea. Deliverance, salvation. So maybe we change it to awakening. Choose my freedom and awakening.
Choose my freedom and awakening, and this is not part of, and this is
not a part of what I want. This is not what I want. How about that?
Yeah. It is impossible to perceive two worlds. I choose my freedom and awakening, and this is not what I want.
Very clear, yeah. I think the clearer, especially a statement like this, he's asking us to say that as an affirmation. The clearer it is, the better. The clearer and the shorter.
Less words always seems better.
Okay, so any thoughts on that? Anything stand out for you?
I think it's interesting changing hell to victimhood. Because hell seems to be a kind of distant image of, you know, what's talked about, hell and damnation. But when you say victimhood, it kind of just brings it a bit more into the everyday technology of personal development, isn't it? Oh, are you in victim mode? Oh, yes. Okay. You're choosing that.
And that is hell. You know, that state. It's not some some kind of distant, but like heaven, heaven and hell. When you see pictures of this on the Sistine Chapel, and you go, oh, okay, well, there's these creatures writhing, and it's actually right now, if I believe I'm a victim and I have the dark emotions that go with it, I'm in hell. I put myself in that position. But I can change it simply by letting it go. I can invite the state of pure formless awareness in. Take the place of everything that victimhood would show to you.
Yeah, you choose the cruel world, or you choose the freedom and awakening.
So whatever form it takes, any part of victimhood, any part of the world of victimhood, how about that? Whatever form it takes. So the world of victimhood is designed to make you feel like a victim. So attack, cruelty, fear, all of this is designed to perpetuate the belief that you're a separate self living in a cruel world, and you're being unfairly treated. That's the setup, isn't it? You're being unfairly treated. So beware the temptation to perceive yourself as unfairly treated, because that will put you in hell, is what Yeshua is saying.
Yeah, we've all been there. New time, new choice. No.
Yeah, well, that's how the ego goes. It's always going to get you to believe that you're unfairly treated, to perpetuate the victim identity. But you have to recognize, well, I set myself up for it. I created it. So how can I be unfairly treated if I did it to myself? This is how you just collapse the victimhood bubble. I'm doing it to myself right now. Someone's doing it to me, seemingly doing it to me. No, I'm really doing it to myself. The illusion is they're doing it to me, but actually it's my own belief that's doing it to me. I'm crucifying myself through them. If I see that, then how can I be a victim anymore? Then I recognize what I'm doing and I can just stop doing it. As long as I believe I'm a victim of someone else, I maintain the separation construct in my mind, don't I? And so the ego continues. So knowing what's happening, this idea of perception, projection, and that you're doing it to yourself is absolutely critical to undoing the ego. Otherwise, you keep in the victimhood, and it keeps your perception of an external world victimizing you seems to be justified. Okay, any other thoughts on that paragraph or on the lesson in general? Brings us to the end of it. So we can do a meditation now if you'd like to.
Yes.
Okay. So just making yourself comfortable. Sitting comfortably with your feet shoulder width apart. Back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Blowing the stomach up like a balloon. Expanding the stomach, clenching the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up your spine into your heart center. One hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. Draw it up into the crown of your head, just pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile. So just scan your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions going on for you, any sensations related to these thoughts and emotions. Breathe into them, you're creating some space, some light, some awareness. Let's breathe that in to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. You feel this loving presence. Remind yourself that it's really impossible to perceive two worlds. So let me accept the strength that pure formless awareness of perfect love offers me now, and perceive no value in this world, so that I may find my freedom and deliverance. I may find my freedom and awakening. And with that, you just enter into this deeper state in your mind. Breathing again. Breath is representative of this spacious awareness. Coming in, clearing your mind, opening your mind to the truth. Breathe it in and then you exhale out, letting it all go. We're just blocking this awareness of pure formless awareness. Perfect love, just blow it all away. Breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. All the lower stomach into the spine. All the lower stomach in your arms. And you just let it go. Surrendering it all to the nothingness it really is, and just sink inwards to the peace, the deep peace that lies beyond all illusions, beyond illusion of this world. When yourself is impossible to perceive two worlds, so let me accept the strength, pure formless awareness of perfect love offers me, and perceive no value in this world, so that I may awaken to my freedom. You are delivered, you are free to reside in source, to just be in the state of pure formless awareness, not sometime in the past or the future, but right now. So just sink into this deep state, and deeper into pure formless awareness of perfect love. There's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. Just observe the breath, so how the air flows into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. You're just surrendering into deep state, connection with your source, inviting it in. Awaken to your freedom right now. This is the core of the issue. Dismiss temptation. Let it go. Reminding yourself it is impossible to perceive two worlds. So I choose my freedom and my awakening. And this, whatever the situation is that's bothering you, is not what I want. So blow it all away with the breeze of your breath. And nothingness it really is. All these dark clouds are just cloud patterns, seemingly obscuring the blue sky of your pure formless awareness and the light of your source that shines through it. But in truth, they cannot. So just blow them away with the breeze of your breath. Say it's impossible to perceive two worlds. I choose my freedom and awakening. Now, this thought and emotion is not what I want. Pull the lower stomach into the groin. Sink into this deep awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love beckons you, calls to you. So you choose your freedom and awakening right now for the next couple of minutes of deep contemplative silence. And if any thoughts crop up, seemingly tempting you back into some kind of victimhood, feeling unfairly treated, any limited thoughts, emotions, sensations, related to these of any kind, just breathe in, so observe thought, emotion, sensation. Remind yourself that it is impossible to see or perceive two worlds. So I must make a choice here. And I choose my freedom and awakening. This is not what I want. Exhale and just let it all go. Have a sense of blowing mental, emotional attachment to the situation away with the breeze of your breath. The nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. All the stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest. And rest in God, rest in love and peace and stillness. Another couple of minutes of deep silence. So just gently coming back from this deep state to an awareness of the body, senses and the breath and the world. On the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels at all negative or limiting, contracted or constricting in any way. You breathe into that. All this spacious awareness arising in your mind. Remind yourself it is impossible to perceive two worlds. So I must choose, and I do choose my freedom and awakening. And this, whatever the situation is, people, places, events, circumstances, whatever's triggering some kind of negativity is not what I want. I choose my freedom and awakening instead. So blow it all away with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. Feel the energy subside back down from the crown of your head to your lower stomach. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in the peace and the stillness. Count to 2. Notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you touching and feeling. Notice any smell in your nose. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Notice that. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. Our judgment, interpretation, then is just pure formless awareness. It's underlying all your perceptions. So some mind training exercises helping you to stay rooted in that, no matter what seems to happen on the level of form. So you're going to stay connected to this awareness. Remind yourself frequently, it's impossible to see two worlds, to perceive two worlds, and let go of the one you don't want. If anything shows up, it's difficult. I've sent you a breath break recording to help you do that, or some instructions which you can follow in the Telegram message or email for doing that. So use those a few more times today. So it is said, so it is done, to keep you in this lovely, peaceful, aware state. So on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, observing the objects in the room around you in this very calm, detached way. Notice that actually everything's the same. Doesn't matter what you look at a few different things for a second or 2 each. It's all the same. Underlying all of your sense perceptions is this true awareness. And it's the same no matter what you're perceiving. So you start to learn that actually underlying seeming separation that fear has sponsored is the pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that's always there. It's always been there. It always is there. And you can remain rooted in that awareness even while you're apparently living in this world of separation. That's the enlightened state of samadhi, sameness of perception that we're training our minds to do through these mind training exercises. So that brings us to the end of the meditation. And the first part of the session, if anyone's up for it, I'll continue to do the text, if you'd like to do that. So let me know about that if you unmute.
No, I think I've got to go now, do some work.
Okay, Sally's got to go. Iona, what's your timing like?
4:05.
4:05, yeah. Can you do a bit or?
Till 4:30.
Okay.
Give you a wee start.
We can do
Hi,
that.
Jonathan, I don't want to do this on my own. I don't want to do this on his own.
Yeah. We'll see how far we get. So thank you, Sally.
Thank you very much.
See you Sally.
Tomorrow, I hope.
Yeah. Tomorrow, bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. So let's copy and paste our text in here.
Kenneth was just telling me there's a rare alignment of planets this month.
Okay.
Yeah, called the Great Parade, and of course there's lots of biblical translation of that.
Okay. And what's supposed to happen when the planets align?
Much tribulation.
Right. Trials and tribulations. Okay. So yeah, well, it's I mean, we know ultimately that's all illusory, but these things can be a catalyst for awakening if we
Yes. A lot of I've talked to people in the last 3-4 years who've been in a great state of fear about the planets. So which chapter are we looking at?
So we're moving on to chapter 16 today.
Telegram. Oh, it's 16, the forgiveness of illusionary planetary movements.
Yeah. So let me just open Christmas as the end of sacrifice. Okay, there we go. I'll save a copy as. So this one is called the forgiveness of illusions, and this one's called true empathy. Is the first section. It's not too bad. It's seven paragraphs.
I've had a quick look. Yeah.
No, it's not too daunting. So anyway, let's see how far we get in 25 minutes. Okay. Let's just save this. 295. Okay, so share my screen again. Okay. Okay, so there we have the stuff. So if you want to read the first sentence, first paragraph.
Okay. To empathize does not mean to join in suffering, for that is what you must refuse to understand. That is the ego's interpretation of empathy and is always used to form a special relationship in which the suffering is shared. The capacity to empathize is very useful to the Holy Spirit, provided you let him use it in his way. His way is very different. He does not understand suffering, and would have you teach it is not understandable. When he relates through you, he does not relate through your ego to another ego. He does not join in pain, understanding that healing pain is not accomplished by delusional attempts to enter into it and lighten it by sharing the delusion. Yeah.
Okay. So quite a useful section. This he doesn't use the word. Actually, just do this one time. He doesn't use the word compassion ever in the course. You know that.
Oh, really? No, I didn't.
Never used. I haven't ever seen compassion used. It's not in the course lexicon. So this is about the closest that it comes. Empathy is the course's version of compassion, and he's talking about it specifically in this section. Okay, so translation of that.
Belief in separations interpretation.
Joy and suffering, yeah, there's a belief in separations.
And is always used to form a special relationship in which the suffering is shared. The capacity to empathize is very useful to remembrance of oneness, provided you let it use it in its way. Its way is very different. It does not understand suffering and would have you teach it. It is not understandable. He would have you teach that suffering is not understandable. Yeah.
He wants you to teach.
That suffering is not understandable. That was me talking to myself rather than suggesting a translation, but what do you think?
Yeah, and wants you to teach it is not understandable.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah. When it relates through you, it does not relate through your belief in separation to another belief in separation.
Yeah.
It does not join in pain.
So I think maybe that needs a person there, another person's belief.
Good. Yeah.
Or a companion's, maybe that's our language, isn't it?
Yeah, that's our.
A companion's belief in separation. So your ego to another ego. Yeah, okay, to another person's, another companion's.
Yeah.
To another, maybe just persons, because then we can keep the another person's belief in separation.
It does not join in pain, understanding that healing pain is not accomplished by delusional attempts to enter into it and lighten it by sharing the delusion. So in other words, making it real. So he wants us all the time to understand that this is not real. Don't go into the pity party by making it incredibly real. Oh, I've done that so
Yeah.
often. But
Well, that's sympathy versus empathy, isn't it? Sympathy is like, oh, shame, you poor thing. Oh, that's so terrible. Tell me all about it. And then you sit and the person just goes, oh, great. I've got someone who's willing to listen to my victim story. And then it all comes out, doesn't it? And like 20 minutes later, you're sitting there listening to it. Oh, and this also, and you don't just, this is also what happened.
Kenneth's smiling because I think he's hosted one of these pity parties for me, maybe a couple of times.
Oh.
My girls used to say, Mom, don't give me any of the Course in Miracles stuff. Don't give it to me. Just sympathize with me.
Yeah. So that's the difference between sympathy and empathy. And I think it's more helpful to use maybe the idea of empathy than compassion.
Yeah.
Compassion's an interesting one. I think it actually really means empathy. But it can get confused with sympathy, can't it?
That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So I feel with compassion, but I have to feel with deeply and go, oh, I really feel your suffering. That's not what he's asking us to do. Whereas some people go, oh, no, that's good. You do need to feel their pain. Feel their pain. Like when you really get into feel their pain, then you can understand it. Then you can be really helpful. That's the unhealed healer. And it's very hard because if you're feeling their pain all the time, then guess what? You're in pain all the time.
Yeah.
And it's a very hard thing to deal with that much pain.
But I think it's been cheapened as well. Oh, brother, I feel your pain, and people are, empathizing like crazy. I'm thinking of naff television that jumped to mind. I feel your pain, brother.
Yeah, and actually, what does that mean? Do you really feel the pain, or you're just saying you feel the pain?
Yeah, I think it's just I say you feel the pain. Oh, God, let me out of here. It's like to me, it's like a shorthand, and I can't deal with this. I feel it, and it's too much. So you're on your own.
Yeah. So this is really saying, what's the key message he's saying here in this paragraph?
Yeah, it's very strong. It's refusing to understand suffering. Refusing to join in the belief in separation's interpretation. Because that makes the suffering real. It gives fuel to the idea of a special relationship in which the suffering can be shared, that it's possible to be shared. That we are simply helpless, enervated little lives, all suffering together. Empathy is useful to remembrance of oneness, provided I let it use it in its way. Doesn't understand, it wants me to teach that suffering is not understandable. So through me, so if I'm in this situation and I'm allowing the remembrance of oneness through me, it doesn't understand this suffering, it doesn't join in the pain, it's not joining in any delusional attempts to enter it. Yeah. Don't share
by sharing the delusion. No, I'm with you, brother. I feel your pain. I'm with you. I'll go through this with you.
Yeah.
We're both in pain together. No, that's delusional. The true answer is to recognize that this is a delusion. There is no pain. The thought system of pain and sacrifice and suffering and loss and death is not real. And to stay in that awareness, and then you have the best chance of bringing the other person out of their delusion.
Yeah.
Because if you're drowning as well with them, how can you save them?
Yeah.
So Yeshua's healing, he just didn't see it. I think he didn't actually attempt to heal people. I don't think that's how it worked. I think he just held this awareness so clearly. He was rooted in pure formless awareness, in perfect love, and he didn't really see the pain. People came to him with the sickness and the pain, and he just stayed in the presence. He was like, I'm still in the presence. None of this is true. None of this is real. And people then believed because he held that presence. So clearly they started to believe, and even said, it's your belief that's made you well. Because you believe in me, because I represent this higher self and this transcendent dimension we call heaven or God.
I mean, just going back to the sort of TV thing, when you see people being emotional, but the biggest thing that happens to them is he believed in me. I'm thinking of a kind of X Factor situation. Yeah. And somebody's brought on, and all thanks to you, because you believed in me. You saw in me my potential, and you helped me believe in myself. It's a kind of a great interpretation of the power of the Holy Spirit, of the pure formless awareness that is in all of us. That's what's most important to somebody, not the descent into the delusional pain altogether. You never hear somebody, oh, it was so great, we were all there and you really understood my pain. Or do you? Yeah, I hear that too.
Yeah. We the people who make an impact in our lives are the people who almost see us in our higher self, even if we're not there in our own minds.
Yeah.
So in that time of your darkest hour, they will remind you, this is who you are. You can actually do this.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna see you as that, so that you can see yourself as that. And that's really the true person who's truly inspiring and motivating to others will do that for them.
Yes.
It's like yesterday, I said, "Come, I know you can do this."
Yes.
Because and you didn't like it. You didn't like it, but it's like, no, that you can do this because that's holding you to a higher standard.
Yeah. And I'm also thinking about that great visionary Churchill, who spoke about Britain's darkest hour. But the belief he had in the ability of the Allies to overcome was unshakable. And that's what was so extraordinary and rousing. Yeah.
And because he was a great orator, that belief that got expressed in words, and then that gets communicated to the entire British nation. And as a result, there was this indomitable spirit of we will fight. We will not give in. And that's probably what won the war, because if Britain had capitulated, that would have probably been tickets. I mean, who knows what would have happened? The Americans might have come in later, but then Europe would have been owned by the Germans. So it's quite difficult to then get a foothold and claim it back when they own the whole thing.
Absolutely.
So England was the last kind of outpost. Like, okay, that's still Allied territory, and from there they could then launch the invasion into France and reclaim Europe. And one guy, he just had an unshakable belief, didn't he? It was just like, no, we will prevail. And even though it seems hopeless, they seem like way more stronger, more powerful, more prepared, because Britain was not prepared at all.
No.
War. But he was like, we will dig in, we will persevere. And that was coming from pure formless awareness. I think he knew he had a divine calling, because this was darkness.
Yes.
Threatening to overcome the world, and he was the light that had to face it. There's no accident that then Spirit put him, the perfect person, in that time, in that place. It wasn't an accident at all that he became Prime Minister in that time. Without him, who knows what would have. Well, they wanted to just negotiate, didn't they? They wanted to capitulate.
Yeah, capitulate. Neville Chamberlain, peace in our time.
Yeah, which is interesting, because I've had this discussion with John, and he's like, well, so what about Hitler then? How does forgiveness work with Hitler? And in that instance, you would have to say Churchill probably did the right thing. To stand to the truth and say we will not compromise and we will not give in to this real, not real, but the Nazis were darkness epitomized. I mean, it was a dark, evil thought system.
No, it had to be. It had to be done, but it's an equivalent of sort of the sinking of Atlantis and Lemuria, because it was just out of control.
And so someone had to say, forgiveness in that instance was like, no, we will not give in to the darkness. We will hold to the light no matter what. And in this instance, these people are so dark, they're so confused that they're not open to negotiation. I forgive you, brother, and let's appease you. They just want to fight, and they just want to control everything. Yeah. So what do you do? In that instance, I think the Spirit directed Churchill and others to do what they needed to do to come to a resolution where ultimately that darkness was undone.
Yeah,
it needed a war to do it. So, forgiveness doesn't always mean that you're going to be peaceful. Maybe that's the lesson.
He wasn't talking about compromise or soft soaping anything. He said, I can only offer you blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah. So maybe in doing A Course in Miracles, it's tears and late nights. For me anyway.
Well, we it's holding to the truth no matter what. That's really the thing. And there is a letting go in that, because you're letting go of the ego in doing that, of the ego's limitations and what it says is possible and not possible. The Church was just like, no, this is possible. We can do this, even though it seems hopeless.
Yeah.
Hold the faith, because there is another power that is behind us, and he just held that for everyone. And then they're like, well, he believes, so I believe. If he hadn't believed, who knows what would have happened? Imagine a leader going, oh no, it's impossible odds, we must capitulate, we must negotiate with, and then of course that permeates. People go, oh, okay, yeah, well, I guess so. That's, if he says it, then that's the reality. We've just got to accept that this Nazi war machine is just way too powerful and too strong for us, and we can't fight it. So he was actually getting Britain out of a victim mindset, out of like, oh, we can't actually do this. To yes, we actually can. We are strong. We are powerful, and that's part of letting go. Letting go of the ego's belief. So forgiveness isn't always that obvious. Because you'd go in that instance, Chamberlain's appeasement seemed to be like forgiveness. But it actually wasn't, was it? He was actually just not wanting to fight and actually believing in weakness. So it's like, well, we can't fight you, so we're going to come, cap in hand. We're going to try and appease you because we feel like we're weak. So there was a victim stance going on, even though on the surface of it, it looked like, oh, well, that was actually the more spiritual thing to do.
Yeah.
Very interesting, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so that's paragraph 1. Some nice stuff there. Have you got to go now? It's almost past, or can you do another one?
That's okay.
Let's see how we go. All right, so let's just get the correct ones. We don't have version control issues here. So doing that. Okay, so you want to read that? Well, let's translate as we go, shall we?
Yeah. There is proof that empathy, as the separation belief uses it, is destructive. Lies in the fact that it is applied only to certain types of problems and in certain people.
Mm-hmm.
It's selective. Though these it selects out and joins with, right? And it never joins except to strengthen itself, right? Yeah. Having identified with what it thinks it understands, the belief in separation sees itself, would increase itself by sharing what it is like itself. Yeah.
Perceives, maybe, perceives itself.
Yeah. So it's like the old adage, a problem shared is a problem multiplied.
Yeah. Explains why we have so many problems in this world.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a problem. Okay, now we've got to solve the problem. And so then we join in solving the problem, but we're joining in a delusion because we're joining in the ego's version of the problem and the solution, which is never gonna never going to work. And then we have a whole society that's dedicated to that. That's why we've created the world we have.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't bear listening to politicians now. I tried 5 minutes this morning, not even 5 minutes on Radio 4. Oh, enough. So
Yeah.
full. So full.
You can just hear it. It's like a lot of BS.
Oh, sickening. Well, I didn't feel sickened. I just felt, what are they talking about? It's so alien. Make no mistake about this maneuver.
Maneuver. I think that's got an O in it.
Yeah, it definitely has.
How do you spell maneuver?
Well, it gave you a spelling just there.
Did it?
Yeah.
Maneuver. Right. There we go.
The complex one. And oeuvre, yes. The belief in separation always empathizes to weaken, and to weaken is always to attack. You do not know what empathizing means, yet of this you may be sure. If you will merely sit quietly by and let the remembrance of oneness relate through you, you will empathize with strength and will gain in strength and not in weakness. Yeah.
Maybe let's call this perfect love. So there's a way of doing this. You can empathize, but in a way that's truly helpful to the person. It reminds them in their distress of who they are. How exactly that's going to play out, that each situation is going to be different, and it's just about taking the guidance, listening to the guidance. Okay, so you'll say and do things that are truly helpful in that moment, guided by the Spirit, and you don't necessarily know how that's going to look before. But if you're really in the right state of mind, how can I be truly helpful to this person? Not by sympathizing, that's the ego's use of empathy, it's sympathy, but by maintaining a quiet presence. You will sit quietly by. You'll sit quietly. Quietly by, do we need the by? Sit quietly, maybe. You'll merely sit quietly and let the remembrance of perfect love relate through you. So in the quietness, in the stillness, you ask for the guidance. It relates through you. So it's saying the words, it's taking the actions, and then you will emphasize the strength and will gain in strength and not in weakness. So then you're coming from a place of knowing that this isn't ultimately true, but not being insensitive. Course in Miracles students can be highly insensitive, apparently, according to Kenneth Wapnick, because they go, "Oh, that's all an illusion. Just get up and walk. You're not really sick. It's just a dream." The person's like lying, half dead on their hospital bed, and they're like, "No." So it's not that. That's not empathy. But you sit quietly and you be with them, and they feel the love, and they feel the connection. And
I'm looking at Kenneth because the number of times when I've said, "Get up, it's just the ego." It's an illusion. Oh.
It is. But appropriate use of it, because someone's so in their victim state and they're sick, that's probably not going to be very helpful for them. It's probably more helpful if you sit quietly and you just be with them. They feel the presence of your love. And you don't buy into the sick state. You just hold the presence of love for them, and they feel that. And maybe you say something, maybe you don't. Doesn't have to be. I once was working with and I had my little stint in the hospital, psychiatric hospital. There's a woman, and she was out of control, and she was really resistant, and so I sat in on a meeting because the psychiatrist I was working with said, "Well, sit in and see what you can do." And then I just sat with her afterwards. I was chatting to her, and she told me that she'd studied the course. And I was like, "Oh, okay, so we have an angle here." And so all I did was I reminded her of that. She'd studied it for years, and I just said, "Yeah, but I just said a few simple truths from the course. I quoted from I think the introduction, And that 5-10 minute conversation was enough to absolutely crack her ego open. And suddenly she was so much better. And the psychologist said, I don't know what you did, but like seriously, she's a transformed person. But it was just being empathetic. So I just listened. And then her story came out. She told me that she'd studied A Course in Miracles. And then I was like, oh, okay. And I just listened. And then there was the opening. Spirit gave me the opening to just say something that could then be very helpful for her, that reminded her of what she already knew. Yeah. But I had to listen quietly and go through half an hour of just listening to this woman ramble on, and for it to come. So that was an example of empathy in action and how effective it can be. And in another situation, it would have looked differently. I would have said something else, something different perhaps. But in that instance, it was like, okay, this is the Spirit revealed the answer, and it was very obvious. Then I could work through the course to help her. So it's just taking the guidance.
Yeah.
The belief in separation. So do you want to summarize this paragraph?
Right. Yeah, it's saying that empathy as a belief in separation uses it is selective and applied only to certain types of problems and people. Its only purpose is to strengthen itself. It identifies with what it thinks it knows, and its only drive is to increase itself by sharing what it's like itself, which is destructive and weakening, which is always attack. Yeah.
So actually, your sympathy is actually a form of attack.
Yeah.
That puts a different perspective on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's just really it's like a sledgehammer, isn't it? Because it's maybe not your intention. You want to help, but by joining that person in their perception of sickness and weakness is the last thing that person actually needs. So he's saying, sit quietly by and let Spirit work through you. And then you're empathizing with strength and being worked through you're empathizing from a place of strength. Yeah.
And just listen for the guidance. In the quietness, you can listen. Okay, so what should I say? What should I do? The worst thing you can do is blunder in and go, right, got to make a plan, right, Mr. Fix-It or something like that. And the ego rushes in and says, why don't you just do this? Or why so no, just sit quietly by and listen. And if you hold the presence of stillness, which is pure formless awareness, which is love, then from that presence you get the answer, the guidance as to what you should say and do, and that will unfold naturally. So you might go into an encounter and really have no idea what you're going to do. That's okay. It's like go in and sit quietly and listen, and then often from that presence, the Spirit kind of it has this miraculous way of unfolding it, and the person might share something, and then you get into a conversation, or maybe you just sit with them, depending, and you just sit and hold the presence of love, and that's okay. That's enough. So this is great stuff for your healing practice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Because really what you want to be is empathetic, not sympathetic. If you've got clients wanting sympathy, that's not really going to help them. That's not healing. So you have to hold to the empathy rather than the sympathy. Okay, so happy with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Happy to continue?
Okay.
You're just going with it. I like it. Okay, so there's the... I don't know what's happened to John, and I haven't seen John and Sue for a long time.
Is he golfing?
He was, but I imagine he's not still golfing. That was last week.
Oh.
Don't generally go on a 2-week golf holiday, surely. I don't know.
Had enough of it by
Anyway.
now.
Yeah, I would think so. Anyway, they will join when they join, I guess. So there we go. If you read that, and we'll translate as we go.
Your part is only to remember this: you do not want anything you value to come of a relationship. You do not want anything you value to come of a relationship. You choose neither to hurt it nor to heal it in your own way. You do not know what healing is. All you have learned of empathy is from the past. Very true. And there is nothing from the past that you would share, for there is nothing from the past that you would keep. Wow, this is really reminding us of all our previous lessons. So I don't know what some empathy is. I don't know what healing is. Nothing from the past I would keep. Do not use empathy to make the past real and so perpetuate it. Step gently aside and let healing be done for you. Or through you. Is that not what you say, which I like? Or does not what David Hoffmeister says?
You're the done through, so
Yeah.
healing be done through you.
Yeah. Keep but one thought in mind and do not lose sight of it, however tempted you may be to judge any situation and to determine your response by judging it. Focus your mind only on this. I am not alone, and I would not intrude the past upon my guest. Oh, that's wonderful. I have invited, should we keep guest or my companion?
The guest is the Holy Spirit. That's capital G.
It is a capital G, right.
Yeah,
I have invited it. I've invited remembrance of perfect love.
How about this presence?
And it is here. It's lovely. I need do nothing. I do not need to do anything except not to interfere. I need do nothing is fine. Except
How about this healing presence?
Yeah,
That's quite
lovely. Gosh, that's all you need do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
here.
brilliant.
I need do nothing except not to interfere.
Yeah.
Do not intrude the past upon my guest. Do not intrude the past upon my guest. A better way of saying that. I do not use the past to
intrude upon my guest.
Turn away my guest. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is quite nice, the metaphor of guest coming in and no, sorry, you're not welcome here because the establishment's full. we don't have any room for you. That's the kind of idea.
That's a poem by Rumi, is it not? The Guest House. Coldplay made it into a song on the album.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rumi Guest House by Rumi.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you want to read it?
Yeah. The Guest House by Rumi. This being human is a guest house. Every morning a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all, even if they're a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture. Still treat each guest honorably. He may be clearing you out for some new delight. The dark thought, the shame, the malice. Meet them at the door laughing and invite them in. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond.
Interesting. The guest house.
Yeah.
So what he's saying there is allow these things to come into awareness. Allow them to come in, notice them, and then let them go. He doesn't go into the letting go, but whoever comes, because each one has been sent as a guide from beyond. So like malice and shame and the thought are not sent by spirit, but what you can do is reinterpret them. So, okay, these are of the ego, but the spirit, which is from beyond, reinterprets these and can acknowledge them, recognize the falsity, and let them go to clear the space for some more welcome guests. So that's a nice little poem. Where are we? Let's get back to here. Okay, so back to number 3. Any thoughts on that?
Well, it's just saying
The idea
that I don't know what I'm doing. This experience of me, because I'm only bringing stuff from the past. So sit quietly, remember I'm not alone, and invite the remembrance of perfect love.
Yeah.
I need do nothing except not to interfere.
Yeah, it's so simple. So you're not really healing. Just like turn up in the present, stay rooted in that, and that's doing the healing, and you get guided, you get directed. You think like how simple, and yet it's so hard to do. I need do nothing except not to interfere. That's all.
Amazing.
And the whole teaching of the Course in Miracles is to just learn to do that. Just don't interfere. Just sit quietly and let yourself be guided. And he leaves us, in lesson 361 to 365. He leaves us in the hands of spirit totally. And he says, I'll show you 361. This holy instant would I give you. Are you in charge? Follow you, certain that your direction gives me peace. You want to read the rest?
And if I need a word to help me, he will give it to me. If I need a thought, he will also give. And if I need but stillness and a tranquil open mind, these are the gifts I will receive of him. He is in charge by my request, and he will hear and answer me because he speaks for God, my Father, and his Holy Son. Oh, which lesson is this?
This is the last 5 lessons.
Yeah.
It's repeated 5 times.
Yeah.
So this is where he leaves the workbook. He's saying, okay, this is the entire mind training process comes down to this lesson. Very short, simple. You're just going to give everything over to the spirit, but you couldn't do this at the start because you still had too much of your own stuff going on. Yeah. So now, I leave you in the charge of the spirit to direct things, and whatever you need will be given in every situation. And that's where he wants to leave us at the end of his course. So it's the beginning of an enlightened stage of living where the spirit's just guiding everything, and he's just trained your mind to surrender. So it's significant that it's the last lesson, and it's repeated 5 times. So he's saying, well, pay attention. 361 to 365. So for 5 days at the end of the year, you do this lesson to remind you, look, this is what it is. Like all of this mind training is so that you can do this, so that you can let go and you can flow. Because this is what he's talking about here, is a flow state. In the holy instant, you're rooted in the now. You're just going to flow with life, and you're gonna be guided in every situation, and whatever you need is going to be given to you. So there's no anxiety, there's no worry. It's just, yeah, well, as and when I need something, it's going to be there. It'll be given to me, and I just flow through my life in this guided way. So that's where it's useful sometimes to look ahead. That's where this ends up. That's the final ending point of the course. Okay, he leaves you in the charge of the Spirit, and say, like, it's gonna do the work. It's gonna guide you. And then, along the way we have lessons like this where he says, I need do nothing except not to interfere. He's saying the same thing. He's trying to train us to start doing this. Okay, and as a healer, I mean, this is priceless, because if you try and heal, you can't do it.
No.
Only the Spirit can, and that means that you step back and just allowing this presence through, and just be totally guided. And you know how it feels. I mean, if you guide it versus, oh, I'm trying to do it, it's a totally different feeling, isn't it? And the outcome's totally different as well. You see it in the effect it has as well. Okay, so happy to move to number 4. Yeah. So let's just get the right. We don't have spend ages doing the wrong thing. If ever, just pay. That's why the numbers are here. So if it says 15xi, that means it's from the previous previous chapter.
It's 16:14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so true empathy is of him.
True empathy is of remembrance of perfect love, who knows what it is.
Yeah, should we say it comes from? True empathy comes from, or is of? What do you think? Is of?
Is of is fine.
Okay. True empathy is of him who knows what it is of the remembrance. Yeah, but then, so I just need to change that, I think. Because then we've got 2 ofs, which sounds not very great. True empathy comes from the remembrance of perfect love. Because then we don't have 2 ofs, otherwise it sounds clumsy, doesn't it? Comes from the remembrance of perfect love.
Who knows what it is. You will learn its interpretation of it if you let it use your capacity for strength and not for weakness. Oh, which knows.
Yeah. Which knows what it is. Learn its interpretation. Interpretation of it if you let it use your capacity for strength. Interpretation of, maybe we should put empathy then. Its interpretation of it. Its interpretation of empathy. If you let it use your capacity for strength and not for weakness. Okay, good.
Yeah, it will not desert you. Beset you. Yeah, it's supposed to be desert.
Yeah.
But be sure that you do not desert him.
Yeah. Do not desert. You do not desert it.
Humility is strength in this sense only. That to recognize and accept the fact that you do not know is to recognize and accept the fact that it does know.
Yeah. This is why, that humility or surrender to God is so important, because you're saying, I don't know, I'm clueless. And therefore I open my mind to another presence, the presence of the Holy Spirit, remembrance of oneness, to come in and show me. But if I think I know, then I exclude it. Then by my thinking I know it, I exclude it, and I can't listen to it, I can't hear it. So humility is essential to this whole process.
Yeah. Wow.
I think I know, and that's a huge problem. That's why, going back to the perceptual problem idea, if I think I know what I'm doing, and I think actually I've got this reality sorted, then I'm going to try and I'll continue to try and solve all of my problems using my existing belief system, which is the ego. So the acknowledgement that you have a perceptual problem that you have not been able to solve in your own way is the humility and the surrender that opens the way to the spirit. And that's why it's so important to do it.
It's very interesting because in a wee while I'm going along to a community meeting, and it's about a community intention. Yeah. And when I came away from another meeting the other night, there was what struck me is the need for humility, actually, and for collectively, we don't know what we're doing.
Yeah. I imagine if the politicians said, look, actually, we really don't have a clue what we're doing. We've totally taxed it up. But I acknowledge that. I've just been confused. So now I'm giving it to the spirit, and I'm just going to be guided in all my decisions, my words, and my actions.
Yeah.
But they can't do that because they have to be seen to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So they have to pretend that they know what they're doing when they don't.
Yeah.
And of course, then there can be no healing. There's no way the spirit's got any access there because they're convinced that they really do know what they're doing, irrespective of the results, which are not good. You go, well, do you really know what you're doing when this is happening? Yeah. So it requires if you remember that in that scale of consciousness, David Hawkins' scale of consciousness, where are we? Just below the level of courage is pride.
Right.
So that's a huge barrier. If you think you know what you're doing, you think you've got it handled, then there's no opening into the positive field, into coming out of the negative and going into these higher states, because you think you know what's going on, and you think that you've got it covered and handled. Whereas the courage is to say, you know what, actually I don't know. I really don't know. And wow, I thought I knew, but I don't know. And it's a bit scary because I don't really know how to do this anymore. But I'm open to suggestions now because my way has failed. So usually this happens when people get broken down, when they just like at their wits' end and they're in despair. And the pride has been broken down. It's like, okay, I actually don't know what I'm doing. I accept that. And then I seek for help, and then the spirit can be helpful. But as long as I think I know what I'm doing, then I can't be helped. That's why in the recovery movement, they say you have to acknowledge you're an alcoholic and you have a problem. Because if you don't do that, no, I'm okay. I handle my drinking. Okay, it's fine. I got it covered. You see, now there's no openness to another way. Because you think, the way you're doing it is got it covered. So that's essential for healing. It's an admission that I don't really know what I'm doing and I need help. And then the spirit can come in and help you. So this is, what he's talking about here.
What if you're in a community? What if you're in a community where everybody believes that spirit is helping them, but there's still tension?
Yeah. So my Holy Spirit's different from your Holy Spirit, kind of version.
I was listening this morning and I heard the voice. I've been instructed to. I mean, this is the way some of the conversations go. I just felt into it, and this is what my guide said, and I just felt into it, and this is what I heard. And this
well, it needs to be authentic. I've had there was lady from the Messengers of Peace, and when we were organizing a session, a retreat for them, and she's like, no, I feel this, like I've really felt into the asked for guidance, and I think that we should all be on the same level as David, because David was the guy. Right. Everyone knew David Hoffmeister, and no one had heard of the others. There were 4 others who came with him. They call themselves the Messengers of Peace. So it's like, no, I've felt into this. I've asked the guidance, and I feel like we should change the whole marketing. It should be like all of us, not David Hoffmeister. And I just had to, you go, is that really true? Is that really the Spirit telling you that you want to be like in the limelight? And so you have to have a bit of discernment. I was like, no, that's the ego. I mean, only the ego would want to be in the limelight. David was the kingpin because he had a name, and that's what attracted people. No one knew these people at all. They were from America and was in South Africa, but they'd heard of David. So what's going to make the retreat work is what's necessary. What's going to make the retreat work is that David is the headline, and the messengers of peace. So we didn't follow the suggestion. So you have to have a little bit of discernment. It's like, okay, is this person really in the Spirit, or are they doing this is a classic spiritual trick. No, I'm in the Spirit, so you need to listen to me. I have the guidance. I'm a holy one, and actually, then the ego just comes in and has a field day and goes, oh, great. So people are actually listening to me, and I can now use the Spirit to get my own way, because I'm apparently, the spiritual one, and so therefore you should listen to me. And gullible, naive people will do that. Oh no, this person seems to know what they're talking about. They seem to be very holy. Okay, they're the guru, they're the master. I'll go with what they suggest. And that's pretty dangerous to do that, because very often they will misuse that. It takes a truly enlightened being not to misuse their power. So short answer is you need to have some discernment.
Yeah.
Is this person really in the Spirit, or are they just saying they're in the Spirit, and it's actually the ego masquerading as the Spirit?
Yeah.
They're just going, I want my own way, and so now I'll say, oh, well, I really felt into it and I got the guidance, but actually they didn't really. Actually, they were still in their ego, and they thought that the guidance was spiritual, and they might be confused themselves. I think that's spirit, but actually it's the ego. And remember, the ego is luciferic, so the ego is it's pretending that it's the light. The luciferic idea is that it's pretending to be the light, but it's not. Underneath it, there's a core of darkness, of limited awareness, pretending to be the light. And that's what, the angel Lucifer was. Actually wanting to be the big cheese, wanting to be separate, but pretending to be the light to fool people. So you need to be quite discerning. Because there's a lot of spiritual ego. People, and once they get onto the track of spirituality, the ego goes, okay, that's fine. I'll go with you. I'll hijack the spiritual journey, and now you'll become the spiritual one. And now you have a spiritual identity.
Well, that's what I feel a little allergic to right now here. Yeah.
So there's probably a lot of that.
Yeah, there is.
Because people have gone into this, and they're on the spiritual track, and then of course the ego tries to go with them and go, oh, okay, now you want to be the spiritual one. Okay, well, we create an identity for you out of that. And now you think you're in the Spirit, but actually you're just in the ego. It's just another version of ego. It's a spiritual ego. It's luciferic in its nature. And can be, if you're naive and gullible, it can be particularly dangerous, because you get sucked in by that. Oh, this person seems to be the light. They speak the language. They have all the trappings of a spiritual person, and yet somehow it's not quite right. There's something
Yeah, exactly.
Ringing a warning bell, isn't it?
There's weekly guidance from Eileen Caddy, who is the founder, one of the co-founders of the Findhorn Foundation, but the Findhorn Park. And her guidance for this week is: now is the time for the forces of light to link together. The time of linking together is now taking place. Little groups and individuals can no longer function on their own. Now is the time for the forces of light to link together, forming an unbreakable bond. This linking up will take many forms. Be not critical of any form. Do not think that your way is the only way, for there are many ways. Therefore, be very tolerant, loving, patient, and have deep understanding, but at the same time, let each one seek deep within for the answer for them, and not just accept what someone else says or someone else's voice. What is healthy to one may be poison to another. I'm kind of alarmed that that's what people are going to take as this is what we have to do tonight kind of thing. Being tolerant and loving, but there's a lot of undercurrent of, bloody hell, just do it this way.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to really surrender the ego. It means you let go of your own opinions
Yeah.
and judgments. Oh, this is right, this is wrong, and then so it requires a lot of mind training to really stay in a situation and just be present and just hold the hold the presence of love when, okay, so now we've got to do something on the level of form and everyone's got their ideas, and to recognize that actually what we do on the level of form isn't really important. It's actually how we're interacting with each other. It's the holy relationship, and can we do this in a holy way, or are we going to allow the ego to come in and fight? And it's it's testing, and it requires a lot of awareness and a lot of discernment to stay there and not be tempted to jump in and say, well, just do this, here's my opinion, and then you jump in and everyone's got their opinion, and it's like, okay, well, where's the unity? The best thing to do, I mean, if you're going to be part of it, start with a meditation. Say to people, look, let's just be quiet. Let's spend some time really getting into a quiet space. Guide them into a meditation for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes, and just ask for guidance. So it's part of the guided meditation. You say, let's ask for the Spirit's guidance in in this meeting, because you change the energy there. The moment that you start a meeting like that, if you settle into quietness and stillness, you have undone some of the ego, and then it's likely that the meeting will go differently from that point. But if everyone comes in and they've just had a day and they're like, right, just come out of work or whatever I've been doing, and I come in and it's like, right, and the mind's in that ego mode, then the meeting starts off like that, and then probably won't go so well. So that's what I would do. Ask him to do a meditation to start, and then you're asking the Spirit. I mean, he even gives us the guidance here. He says, sit quietly by.
Yes.
Well, what is that but meditation? Sit quietly by in a still, calm way, meditate and just allow the Spirit to guide you.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we? You are not sure that it will do its part. Just the last bits here. Did we finish this?
You are not sure that it will do its part because you have never yet done yours completely. You cannot know how to respond to what you do not understand. Be tempted not in this, and yield not to the triumph of the belief in separation's use of empathy for its glory.
Do not be tempted in this, and do not yield.
Yeah. Yeah.
To the belief in separations. Triumphant use of empathy for its glorification, maybe?
Yeah.
Or for its grandiosity. I think glorification, maybe.
Yeah.
Glorification. Okay, I'm going to summarize number 4.
To go back to it, only remembrance of perfect love knows the true empathy, and I can learn from this. I can learn from remembrance of perfect love if I let it use me, if I am done through by perfect love. Be full of humility in a strong sense. Recognize that I do not know. Accept that remembrance of perfect love does know what empathy is. Be confident that remembrance will do its part. Because I have never yet done mine completely. Yeah. Because I've never really understood how. So again, he's saying, don't bring the past into it. Don't be tempted to make it yours. Do not yield to belief in separation is triumphant use of empathy for its glorification. Yes. You're still grandstanding and headlining if you give way to ego's glorification.
Part of what the unhealed healer might do is go, okay, so your sickness is real, but I'm the healer, so I'll heal you. And so I'm the healing rock star. I'm going to come in and I'm going to heal you, and this is empathy for glorification, because it's made the separate self real. It's made the ego real. Seems to be a separation between the healer and the person being healed. It's not being given to oneness. It's actually about specialness. The healer is very special. They've got special powers, magic powers, which can now heal the person, heal the apparently sick person. And it really emphasizes that person is weak because they can't heal themselves. They need something else, magic, to heal them. So this is how the ego can hijack the whole thing for its glorification. And then the separate self of both the healer and the person being healed is strengthened. And in truth, no healing is really happening at all. Even if there's some kind of physical effect, the true healing is of the mind. So the person's mind has not been healed at all.
No.
Because only oneness heals. Yeah. Okay, so happy to move to number 5?
Oh, John, I will go now. It's 5:15.
Okay.
Yay! I did another hour and a quarter when I said I was. Yeah, well,
you said you'd go to 5:30. You've done another 45 minutes, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
So well done.
Very good.
I will finish the last, 3 paragraphs? Something like that. So,
Kenneth said he's gonna do it.
Really? Okay. Fantastic. Stay with me, Kenneth. That's great.
It's revenge.
So,
no, I was
joking
with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that was brilliant.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Enjoyed that. So see you tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Jono. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful evening.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Namaste. Okay, so I'm just going to finish this section. I'm nearly finished with this reading from the text. So number 5, the triumph of weakness is not what you would offer to a brother. Triumph of weakness is not what you want to offer to a companion. And yet you recognize no triumph but this. Right? So in the ego, we don't recognize anything else. This is not knowledge, and the form of empathy which would bring this about is so distorted that it would imprison what it would release. So that it imprisons, let's take out the word, what it seems to want to release. So as usual, the ego is upside down. Its form of empathy, which is sympathy, is so distorted that it really imprisons that one, when actually what it should be doing is releasing. So it's a complete twisting of the true meaning of empathy. The unredeemed cannot redeem, yet they have a redeemer. So the unredeemed, the unawakened, I think we'll change that too. So the unawakened cannot awaken others. Unawakened cannot awaken others, yet they have a redeemer, yet they have an awakener. Which is the Holy Spirit, or the remembrance of oneness. So attempt to teach him not. Do not attempt to teach it. Because it is your awakener, it knows how to awaken you. You are the learner and it is the teacher. Do not confuse your role with its. This will never bring peace to anyone. Offer your empathy to it, where it is its perception and its strength that you want to share. And let it offer you its strength and its perception to be shared through you. So offer your empathy to this remembrance of oneness, the awakener. What is this perception and its strength that you want to share? Let it offer you its strength and its perception to be shared through you. So it's really about letting go, saying, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm willing to be guided. I'm willing to let the teacher, the awakener, guide me and show me the way. And then its empathy will come through me. So I will do empathy correctly with its guidance, rather than twisting it and distorting it with the egos, under the ego's guidance. So it is, moving on to number 6, so it is that in all your seeking for love, you seek for sacrifice and find it. Oh, hang on, wrong one. So let's just make sure we get a bit of a non sequitur. So number 6 and number 7, then we're done. The meaning of love is lost in any relationship that looks to weakness. Hopes to find love there. The meaning of love is lost in any relationship that looks to weakness and hopes to find love there. The power of love, which is its meaning, lies in the strength of God that hovers over it. Strength of perfect love that hovers over it and blesses it silently by enveloping it in healing wings. Let this be, and do not try to substitute your miracle for this. So your miracle is really the ego's version of the miracle is magic, using something external to try and fix the problem rather than an authentic change of mind. So I've said that if a brother, a companion, asks a foolish thing of you to do it, be certain that this does not mean to do a foolish thing that would hurt either him or you. So there's a little qualification earlier in the text. He said, if someone is really asking a foolish thing, do it because it doesn't matter to you. So you're showing that really whatever the outrageous request they're making, it doesn't actually mean anything to you. But be certain that this does not mean to do a foolish thing that would hurt either him or you. Or what would hurt one will hurt the other. So that's the caveat. Don't do anything that would hurt anyone, including yourself. Foolish requests are foolish merely because they conflict, since they always contain some element of specialness. So foolish request is based on the ego's idea of specialness, of separation. Specialness is laced into it, and often people make these requests because they want to be seemingly special. So to honor such a request would to hurt the other person as well as yourself. Only the Holy Spirit, being the remembrance of oneness, remembrance of perfect love, recognizes foolish needs as well as real ones. And It will teach you how to meet both without losing either. Right, so that's the end of that paragraph. So to summarize, meaning of love is lost in any relationship. It looks to weakness, hopes to find it there, hopes to find love there. The power of love lies in the strength of perfect love that hovers over any relationship, blesses it silently, and just let this be. Let the Holy Spirit direct the relationship. Not try to substitute your miracle for this. So your miracle is going to be a version of magic. So if someone asks you to do a foolish thing, then just be certain that does not mean that to do the foolish thing would hurt him or you. And foolish requests are foolish merely because they conflict. They contain some element of specialness. So only the remembrance of perfect love recognizes foolish needs as well as real ones. Teach you how to meet both without losing either. So you don't have to respond. You don't have to acknowledge a foolish need and hurt a brother. You can let that go. Teach you how to meet both without losing either. Meet both needs without losing either. I wonder why I said losing a foolish need. I think that one would want to lose a foolish need. Sounds good. How to meet both without losing either. But the sense of it is recognizes foolish needs. So why would you want to keep a foolish need? Teach you how to meet the real needs. I'll change that to meet the real needs and let go of the foolish ones. Why would you want to keep a foolish need? So how to meet the real needs and let go of the foolish ones. So let's read it from the top. Meaning of love is lost in any relationship that looks to weakness and hopes to find love there. The power of love, which is its meaning, lies in the strength of perfect love that hovers over it and blesses it silently by enveloping it in healing wings. Let this be, and do not try to substitute your miracle for this. I've said that if a companion asks a foolish thing of you, to do it. But be certain that this does not mean to do a foolish thing that would hurt either him or you. For what would hurt one will hurt the other. Foolish requests are foolish merely because they conflict, since they always contain some element of specialness. Only the remembrance of perfect love recognizes foolish needs as well as real ones. It will teach you how to meet the real needs and let go of the foolish ones. So in other words, don't get confused by foolish needs. Empathy will be able to distinguish this and honor only the true needs and not get sidetracked into trying to honor foolish needs and not trying to substitute your miracles, your version of miracles, which is magic, for the true miracles. Okay, so moving swiftly on then to number 7, the last paragraph. You will attempt to do this only in secrecy. You will think that by meeting the needs of one, you do not jeopardize another, because you keep them separate and secret from each other. So you, as a separate person, will attempt to do this only in secrecy. You will think that by meeting the needs of one, you do not jeopardize another, because you keep them separate and secret from each other. That is not the way, for it leads not to life and truth. No needs will long be left unmet if you leave them all to him, the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love, whose function is to meet them. That is its function, and not yours. It will not meet them secretly. For it would share everything you give through it. That is why it gives it. What you give through it is for the whole sonship, not for part of it. Leave it its function. Leave him his function. Leave it. Maybe leave its function to it. It's better, I think. Leave its function to it, for it will fulfill it if you but ask him to enter your relationships and bless them for you. It will fulfill it if you only ask it to enter your relationships and bless them for you. Okay, so read it from the top. So you will attempt to do this only in secrecy, attempting to meet the real needs and let go of the foolish ones. You think that by meeting the needs of one, you do not jeopardize another, because you keep them separate and secret from each other. That is not the way, for at least not to life, for it. So that is not the way, for it does not lead to life and truth. No needs will long be left unmet if you leave them all to the remembrance of perfect love, whose function is to meet them. That is its function and not yours. It will not meet them secretly, for it would share everything you give through it. That is why it gives it. What you give through it is for the whole sonship, not for part of it. Leave its function to it, for it will fulfill it if you only ask it to enter your relationships and bless them for you. So really asking us just to let go to the Holy Spirit, to the remembrance of love, perfect love, and let it meet all needs. Don't keep some needs apart from others. The Holy Spirit's going to answer all true needs and help you to let go of foolish needs. And that is its function, and you can let go and trust that it will fulfill its function perfectly. If you just ask it to enter your relationships and bless them for you. So brings us to the end of this section. So I'm going to do a little exec summary, personalized executive summary. So the key message of this section is that Okay, so personalized executive summary. Key message of the section is that. So it's about empathy. That's true empathy used. The guidance of the elements of oneness. Is helpful to the healing of both the person is that my true empathy used that is helpful to heal the go back and have a look. Teacher doesn't suffer. So that's the key takeaway. It's not understandable. So my empathy used under the guidance of the remembrance of oneness does not understand suffering, and I should teach by example that suffering is not understandable. I do this when I sit quietly. Sit quietly and allow the loving awareness to direct my thoughts, words, and actions. Be truly helpful to any person who is apparently suffering. So you don't have to make the suffering real. I'm not on a we're not on a foolish requests with my opinions on myself. But we ask for love guidance. And ask for love to bless my relationships. Okay, so the key message of the section is that my empathy used under the guidance of the moments of perfect love does not understand suffering, and I should teach by example that suffering is not understandable. Do this when I sit quietly and allow this loving awareness to direct my thoughts, words, and actions to be truly helpful to any person who is apparently suffering. So this is what empathy is about. It's being guided by the Spirit. I will not honor foolish requests that would hurt my companions and myself, but ask instead for perfect love to bless all my relationships. So that is the personalized executive summary, which is basically key takeaway, key action points from this reading of the text, so that you can really take this and make it quite practical in your daily life. And that, I think, brings us to the end of the session. So thank you for listening. If you're listening to the recording, I hope the last half an hour was helpful just to finish the recording, finish this section of the text. And if you're part of the community, I hope to connect with you in a live session soon. It's me signing off for today. Thanks for joining, and namaste.